to fame rose from an undying commitment to training, a love for the sport that made them want to make a difference to both their peers and to their audiences. Nowhere was that more evident than in their thirst for competition, in their desire to accept a challenge, to prove to themselves that they could train harder, improve more, and finish at the top of their game. Nowhere is that better personified than in the character of 1976 Olympic gold medalist Dorothy Hamill, and in the competitive return of 1984 Olympic silver medalists in pairs, Kitty and Peter Carruthers.
1, 2, 3,
At the Huntington Civic Arena in Huntington, West Virginia, the magic on ice continues at the Legends Figure Skating Championship presented by Campbell Soups' 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Hello again, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha. Welcome to the second of 4 broadcasts in this unique ice skating event here on ESPN. We're matching more than 24 of the greatest names in world and Olympic figure skating history, not in exhibition, but in competition, over 3 rounds of original performances. In our first broadcast, we saw the first round of men's and ladies individual competition, plus the first round of ice dancing. Tonight, we get our first look at pairs competition, led off a moment ago by the 1984 Olympic silver medalists for the United States, Peter and Kitty Carruthers. In a moment, Peter Carruthers will join me here at the announce position for our second round of men's competition. We'll also continue the pairs and the ice dancing, and the Carruthers family is going to find themselves opposed by some fantastic pairs, Underhill and Martini, Brazier and Eisler, and others. We'll also have a special exhibition by the 1994 Olympic gold medalist from the Ukraine, Oksana Baiul. It should be a great evening. When we return to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, Judy Blumberg joins me to preview the opening round of pairs competition. Don't go away. Back inside the Huntington Civic Arena, Bob Varsha, along with Judy Blumberg, 5-time U.S. National Ice Dancing Champion and 2-time U.S. Olympian. It's a very diverse field we have in pairs competition tonight, Judy.
That's right, Bob. It's a very unique event. First of all, you've got 2 generations of competitors. You've got 2 teams who have come out of retirement for this competition. Kitty and Peter Carruthers, who you've just seen. They're a very unique team. They're very emotional, not a lot of tricks, but they will be the crowd favorites. You've also got Underhill and Martini. They are a complete package. They've got strong elements, speed, expression, and I have to say, being in the field for 10 years has really helped them. Then there's the team that broke up 3 times, has come back together, of Urbanski and Marvel. They are strong. They have jam-packed program. It's supposed to be an artistic competition, and missing some of those elements could cost them in the end. Then you have relative newcomers to the scene. You have Brasseur and Eisler. They have not been in long, but they are strong, they are fluid, and they will present a challenge to all of the teams. It's going to be rather unique.
No question about it. We will begin with Underhill and Martini when competition resumes in just a moment. Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini. Earlier, we asked them what they thought differentiates them from other pairs teams on the ice.
What we bring to the ice is perhaps the same reason why people go to the movies, why people go to the theater, why people read a good novel. There's some emotion to it. It gathers you up, it pulls you in, it lets you lose yourself for even a short period of time. And even in our sport, it's only 3.5 to 4 minutes. But if you can capture your audience in that short a time frame and take them somewhere where they're not, then I think you've done your job very well.
Let's see how well they do their job here. Skating to the tune, Why Did You Lie? Here's Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini.
From competition too long. They deserve to be out there, and boy, are we glad to have them back.
I should correct myself. Not 1989. It was 1984 that they won the World Championship. Now 32 for Barbara, 34 years of age is Paul. I saw Paul before the competition, and I cannot imagine a more relaxed athlete.
Always. They've found a joy in performing. This is Why July, Colin James' piece, choreographed by Sandra Bezic, whom I might add has done their choreography all the way back from 1984.
Don't wanna kill your alibi. Don't wanna know the reasons why you left me here to cry when you were out there loving him, and now you're acting real nice, Mrs. Sugar and Spice. You were out and throwing the dice. Your chances are real slim. Why'd you lie?
Now remember, this competition is not trick-oriented. However, there are a few tricks thrown in here and there, like this one. Beautiful layout over his head.
So I was disgusted. There's one thing that I got to say, all about sleeping in another.
And this is what they call their leap of faith.
Oh.
It truly is. He better be there.
In addition to great skaters, they are also television commentators. They've worked for Canadian Broadcasting at the World Championship since 1991.
And both parents, I might add, to 2 children each. I mean, look how far she gets down there. It's called the death spiral. Now you know the reason why. They really get into the ice. They move around that ice with power and a real confidence. Here comes a throw axel, and she really gets thrown. Beautiful landing.
As successful as Barbara and Paul have been as amateurs, they have been even more so as professional skaters, winning countless titles. And that's an interesting phenomenon we've seen before in the professional ranks. Skaters come out and are more successful than they ever were as amateurs.
I think you'll see that with most of the competitors here. They really achieve their glory as professionals. They've grown. They know how to catch an audience. Really know how to put steam out there.
Beautifully timed. Keep in mind, this is recorded music, and they hit that drum beat perfectly.
This is the front hand-to-hand press lift. She lays out right over his head, puts her head back, points her toes, and hopes the balance is there. The leap of faith, you want another look? She propels herself forward on that toe and just hopes that he's there to catch her. He usually is.
I suspect there may have been an occasional moment when he was not.
We hope not.
And now here are the marks for Underhill and Martini. A perfect 10, 9.9, 9.9, 9.9, and 9.9 for a total of 49.6 points. Just 4/10 of a point off of perfect. Tremendous scores. The emotion on the ice and getting the audience involved in their program surely captured the judges' attention. A great performance by Martini and Underhill. We have lots of great skating still to come. More pairs competition and the second round of men's competition at these Legends Figure Skating Championships. We'll be back. Chips, Bob Varsho along with Judy Blumberg. Glad to have you with us. Now on the ice, two-time U.S. national champions Kalle Urbanski and Rocky Marvel skating to a Blues Brothers medley. From the get-go.
Bob, this is one of those teams that never really made the top level in amateur skating, and since they broke up and got back together, have really seen their career rise. They're affectionately known as the waitress and the truck driver, and Kalle actually said that it's helped them a lot in publicity.
Well, that explains the choice of music.
Talk about a thrill seeker. This girl lives for being thrown, and I think we've got one coming up right here. This is called a throw triple loop. Missed that landing, but hardly matters out here because they are having fun.
agreed to this routine. In addition to performing, they also teach at the Skating Club of Wilmington, Delaware.
Interesting to remember that we've got a couple generations of pair teams competing in this event. So some are going to give you the tricks and the artistry, others are going to give you pure artistry. And you can see what's happening. They're throwing in every trick they have. Flip. Now I think you're going to see something here. He's got something in his pants that's sticking out. I think the audience is going to get a piece of that soon.
What do you want for nothing?
That's what it was.
Rocky trained in Wilmington with Ron Ludington for many years. They know pair technique. They know how to skate. It was just a matter of matching up and training it. Here comes that throw. Throw double axel. Two-footed. But she really gets up there.
She recovers well.
Called the bounce spin. And she just barely clears that ice. Boy, do they love an audience.
Kalle Urbanski and Rocky Marvel, two-time U.S. champions.
Here's the Detroiter that they did in the program. She will release her hands and confidently be okay. It's a tremendous strain on Rocky's neck. But they know exactly when to get out of it. And a very nice backflip. The infamous the infamous bounce spin. A lot of teams are doing it, but it takes guts, it takes technique, and you don't want to hang on too long.
Not to mention enormous trust and teamwork between the partners. We await their scores, and here they are.
Well, the crowd doesn't like that.
4 9.7s and a 9.9 for a total of 48.7 points.
They had the tricks, but artistically the program didn't hold together. I think Underhill Martini deserved to be above them, and we'll see what happens. Got one more team left.
And that remaining team is 1993 world champions Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler. Making some last-minute alterations. They're up next when we return. After 3 routines in the pairs competition, Paul Martini and Barbara Underhill lead by almost a full point over Kalle Urbanski and Rocky Marvel. Kitty and Peter Carruthers are third. And up next, the Canadian couple of Brasseur and Eisler, a team whose legend and reputation has been built on the intricate lifts and spins that dominate their routines. We asked them about the marvelous chemistry they exhibit on the ice.
I think the trust that Isabelle has in me and the ability we have together to adapt very well to each other has helped enable us to make up new lifts. I think if the boy isn't strong enough and the girl isn't gutsy enough, no matter how good you are, you won't be able to come up with the ideas.
And now ready to perform, Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler of Canada.
Seniemu edisi yang berasa
pour son amour du patinage artistique, mais surtout pour son amour de la vie. This number is dedicated to my father, Gil Brassard, for his love of figure skating, but mostly for his love of life.
Hello again, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha. Welcome, or perhaps I should say welcome back to our continuing coverage of one of the most unique events in the sport of figure skating. If you were with us for the first two of our four broadcasts, you know the format. More than 24 of the greatest names in figure skating history, representing a big double handful of Olympic and World Championship gold, silver, and bronze medals going back nearly 20 years. Our format is not an exhibition. It is a competition that puts an emphasis on artistic grace and crowd-pleasing control over technical brilliance. We have 5 judges who are scoring the best in the world on a single scale that perhaps makes the sport a little easier to comprehend. Tonight we will see pairs competition. We will also see the men and an exhibition from the 1994 Olympic gold medalist Oksana Baiul of the Ukraine. With me for pairs competition, Judy Blumberg, 5-time U.S. national champion in dance competition and also a 2-time Olympian. Let's talk a little bit about our field in pairs, Judy.
Well, in pairs, Barb and Paul, Underhill Martini have really set the pace. They've been clean, they've been strong, and I've got to say again that 10 years in the sport as a professional have really been, it's been the plus for them. But on their heels is Brasseur and Eisler. They showed us a side of versatility. They were soft, sensitive. It's a side from them we've never seen. So I think it's setting up for some strong battles out here.
It should be great fun, and that will begin our competition tonight. Pairs will be on the ice when we return to Huntington, West Virginia in just a moment. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Here's a look at the standings for pairs following round 1. Paul Martini and Barbara Underhill leading Brasseur and Eisler, with Urbanski and Marvel nearly a point back in 3rd, and Kitty and Peter Carruthers currently 4th. Now, speaking of the Carruthers, the last few months have brought about some new additions to their family. We asked them how their priorities have changed.
It's just really nice to be here and skate with my sister again, because we have taken some time off. She has a newly adopted baby, and now my wife is pregnant, so it's really special to see how your priorities change on the ice. And you still want to skate well, you want to get out there and entertain the audience, but at the same time, when you do get off the ice, 15 or 20 years ago, all we had was skating. So you would really be so hard on yourself if you didn't skate well or you didn't turn in the performance that you wanted. Now you basically get off the ice. If things aren't up to the standard that you want them to be, you get off and you realize, well, I have so many other things to be concerned about, you know, with a family, and it just seems as though the relationship you have with your spouse and, of course, family after you skate becomes paramount. To all the little children in the world who neither have a home or family, we hope someday you will be adopted by wonderful parents, as we were.
Somewhere out there, someone saying a prayer that we'll find one another, that we're somewhere out there. And even though I know how very far apart we are, there's the thing we might be wishing on the same bright star. And when
Fans of skating know the stories of the Carruthers. Kitty and Peter, both adopted, and it is a part of their personal passion. Their performance in this round of competition dedicated to the idea of adoption, and one particular adoption, Judy.
That's right, Bob. Kitty recently adopted young Brett Peter Conrad, and I think she's a very happy mom. After all, she admits that's what she always wanted to be.
The obvious commitment of these two to each other over the years through the process of adoption is a wonderful story.
Haven't lost any of the finesse and that special quality they've always had on the ice. It's still there.
And even though I know how very far apart we are, it helps to think we might be wishing on the same bright star. And when the night wind starts to sing a lonesome lullaby, it helps to think we're sleeping underneath the
the most difficult element that Kitty and Peter do, the lateral twist lift.
Somewhere out there, out where dreams come true.
Well, 3.5-month-old Brett Peter, that one was for you from Mom and Uncle Peter.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kitty and Peter Carruthers.
And once again, the crowd comes out of its seats here at the Huntington Civic Arena. Here's another look.
There's the star lift. You can still tell the technique is there. She has beautifully pointed feet, a nice soft landing. Look at their faces. Huge throw axle. With a nice landing, she's got great extension, and she's confident out there. Here's that lateral twist lift.
Now they await their scores following the second of 3 rounds of competition. 9.8, 9.7, 9.7, 9.8, and 9.7 for a total of 48.7 points, taken with their first round scores, a total of 97.1.
This is like exhibition for them, Bob. It's like no problem. They love these programs. It's a thrill to perform again.
That was fun. What an audience. You're the best.
When we return to Huntington and the Legends Figure Skating Championships, 2-time Olympic bronze medalists Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Huntington Civic Arena and the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Bob Varsha along with Judy Blumberg. Second round action in the pairs competition, and next on the ice, in second place following round 1, here are Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler.
is where you're going to see the power of Lloyd and Isabel. Look at their speed. Their first lift is a flyaway. Woo.
Wow.
I have never seen such a stress-free competition. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's having a good time. Even on that, she's got a smile.
Once again, each of the 3 performances by each of our entries must be different and original. Each of these skaters has been through several partners. In fact, Isabel is the 4th different partner for Lloyd Eisler. Together, they have achieved tremendous success.
This is a hydrant lift, one that actually Kitty and Peter perfected many years ago. Here we go with some dramatic repetition. One back flip, and here's another one. Now this is a variation on the bounce spin with the foot crossed in front, knee pointed down, with arms spread out.
And chin just that far off the ice. It raises the hair on the back of your neck. A tremendous performance by Brasseur and Eisler. That one should score well. To cheers from this huge crowd. Let's take another look.
This is the rope spin. He twists her, she comes out on an edge, and they stop and reverse. You can see how easily they go through these tricks. An easy lift up on the bounce spin, then she brings the foot in. He knows exactly how low to bring her to the ice without injuring her.
Absolutely amazing.
Look at the height they get on this hydrant lift. She goes underneath, and it's their own variation. Just tremendous.
Can't do any better.
Now it's time for their scores. 3 9/9s and 2 10s.
Boy, that's going to be a tough spin for tough scores for Barb and Paul to beat. But you know what? It's not about beating. It's about going out and doing personal best.
Look at the reaction. 49.7 out of a possible total of 50 points. A tremendous performance for Brasseur and Eisler. 98.9 points. Their total through 2 rounds, and they take the provisional lead. We'll be right back to West Virginia. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Coming up in a moment, Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini. But first, let's go backstage to the other member of our broadcast team. Here's Helen Chickering.
Thanks, Bob. All right, I want to check out that chin.
Yeah, it's a little bit scratched because sometimes we hit, sometimes we don't.
You got to love those scores, though.
Oh, scores were great. I think that it's indicative of what we try and do on the ice. We try and do things that the crowd loves, and you don't have to be skating knowledgeable to understand that it's fearful and scary, and we have a good time doing it, and yeah, we had a good time.
You got our nerves on edge. Congratulations. Good show.
Thanks, Helen. Now on the ice, the leaders after round 1 with a score of 49.6 points. 1984 world champions Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini.
Have You Ever Been by Peter Cetera. And the signs of Barb and Paul skating are a purity of line, very deep knees, great edge skating, and just overall clean skating.
Have you ever
her feet on this platter lift, well above her head. Their movement is so effortless over the ice, it barely looks like they're pushing, but yet they have tremendous amount of speed. Leap of faith, beautifully done. Notice the knee bend on that landing of the throw axle. It's deep, it's solid, it's very sure.
Making their performance even more remarkable is the fact that they have come back following a long break for the birth of Barbara's second child.
And they haven't lost a thing. Notice the ease with which Paul gets Barbie up there and how she maintains her balance. Very, very well done. The height that Barb gets on this throw is unbelievable, and how she has the control when she comes down, I'll never know. Years of practice.
Paul Martini, incredibly strong. I think he and Lloyd Eisler are probably the two most powerful athletes in the competition. And it shows in their success. Here are their scores, 3 10s and 2 9-9s.
The judges have definitely acknowledged how great they are. The work that they do is it's top-notch quality.
No question about it. So Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini resume their place at the top of the provisional standings with a total of 99.4 out of a possible 100 points. We'll take a break, and when we return, our remaining pair, Kala Urbanski and Rocky Marble, when we return to West Virginia. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. A reminder, coming up next Monday, a week from tomorrow, more Legends Figure Skating here on ESPN with final round coverage of both the ladies and pairs. And still to come tonight, final round coverage of the men's competition, including a rematch of the 1984 Olympic medal round between Scott Hamilton and Canada's Brian Orser. But first, a check of the current standings in the pairs competition. Underhill and Martini still in first place. Let's go backstage to Helen Chickering, who's with our leaders.
What a contrast to your first routine.
Definitely. I think that's what we like a lot about skating as professionals is you like to show all different sides of your skating, and I think we may have shocked them in the first half and come back with what I think people are used to seeing us do.
And shocked them enough to bring you in the lead.
Well, it's a good feeling to know that after all this time, you can still go out there, skate as well as I think we believe we've ever skated, and have it recognized. And that's just a little extra bonus, that the real satisfaction is from going out there and doing it as you remember it.
Well, the scores show it. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks, Helen. Now on the ice, in third place following the first round of competition, skating to the soundtrack from Phantom of the Opera, here are two-time U.S. National Pairs champions, Kala Urbanski and Rocky Marvel.
Paper faces on parade, masquerade. Hide your face so the world will never
find. This music, of course, Phantom of the Opera, choreographed by Diane Agel and Rocky and Kala themselves. A piece of music they've always wanted to skate to, and they finally have felt they've been ready. This is the first team we've actually seen do side-by-side jumps. It's mostly been a lift competition and artistic. This is part of the technical side they're showing in this program. I must tell you, I do not think that sit-down was part of the choreography. I think he slipped, and it was a nice recovery, but it was not planned.
Dare you trust the music of the night?
Very strong skaters, but they're not as finished as Underhill, Martini, or Brasseur and Eisler, and I think it shows in this performance. And that's a 2-foot double axel, tremendous height, but not landed cleanly.
Yes, we savor
Watch the dismount on this. It goes to a sail lift. Out of it with a cartwheel. Nice variation on that lift. Very nice Detroiter. They had nice speed, and Rocky had control of it enough to lift up the one hand, keep her suspended.
Help me make the music of love.
Rocky and Calla are wonderful performers. I think that time is on their side, and with a lot of time, they are really going to be wonderful, wonderful pair team.
So Calla Urbanski and Rocky Marvel complete the second of their 3 performances at these Legends Figure Skating Championships. And a standing ovation for them as well.
Those side-by-side double loops. We didn't see too many in the competition tonight. They were done smoothly, executed very, very nicely. This is one of Rocky and Calla's many lifts in the program. Well done, and here's the huge throw double axel. She does 2-foot in on the landing, but it is big.
And now we'll see if that effort is rewarded. Remember, it is the artistic impression that the judges are scoring and not the technical elements of the performance. And now the marks for Urbanski and Marvel. 3 9/8s and 2 9/7s for a total of 48.8 points and a 2-round total of 97.5. That will keep them in 3rd place as we look at the final standings following the second round of performance. Just 0.5 of a point separate the Canadian couples atop the leaderboard. The final round of pairs competition should be great fun to watch. We'll take a break, and when we return to Huntington, West Virginia, Judy and I will bring you final round coverage of the dance competition with 1994 Olympic silver medalists Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin looking to win the inaugural Legends Dance title. Stay with us.
Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. The greatest skaters ever, coming to your city this spring.
Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championship, where we are set for the final round of competition in pairs. Back inside the Huntington Civic Arena, I'm Bob Varsha. The ladies have just finished a Buffo performance, but now it's time for the pairs to take to the ice to determine our Legends champions for 1995. The pairs will perform in the reverse order of finish from round 2, meaning Kitty and Peter Carruthers will lead things off, followed by Urbanski and Marvel, then Brasseur and Eisler, and our current leaders Underhill and Martini will skate last. With me once again, Olympic team member Judy Blumberg. Judy, Underhill and Martini have been spectacular. How do you assess this final round of competition?
Well, I'd have to say that I think tonight will be one of the more emotional moments in this Legends competition. Barb and Paul have been skating fabulously, and tonight they're performing one of their most favorite, Unchained Melody. Peter and Kitty, well, they are in 4th. They have a long way to pull. However, they will leave us with a special moment, their thoughts on life, and I think the crowd will long remember them.
It should be a memorable performance indeed, and we'll have it for you. 4-time U.S. national champions, Kitty and Peter Carruthers, when we return to Huntington, West Virginia. Welcome back to a packed house at the Huntington Civic Arena for the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell's Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Inside the arena, Bob Varsha along with Judy Blumberg. We are ready for our first pairs competitors, the 1984 Olympic silver medalists, Kitty and Peter Carruthers.
No complaints and no regrets. I still believe in chasing dreams and placing bets. But I have learned that all you give is all you get. So give it all you've got.
Very, very pretty adagio lift. This piece reflects Peter and Kitty's thoughts about life. It's a tribute to all their years of skating together, and they have a charisma that I think no other team has out there on the ice.
As long as I'm still in the game, I want to play.
Triple Salchow, throw triple Salchow. That was very unexpected.
Keep in mind, this pair is returning to competition for this event. As a result, there's been a lot of practice time to miss. But you couldn't tell it from the skating.
Here's to life. Dreamers and their dreams.
Slight little adjustment in her dress there. What's obvious to those of us who have known Peter and Kitty for a long time is the respect that's grown throughout the years.
And all that's good get better. Here's to life. Here's to love. Here's to
lateral twist lift. She really got up there. Everything looks so clean and easy tonight.
And all that's good get better. Here's to life. Here's to love. Here's to
The program was choreographed by Sandra Bezic, and I think it beautifully shows how much Peter and Kitty feel for one another. Ending with a spiral on his shoulder. Not an easy move, I might add.
Four-time U.S. National Pairs champions, brother and sister Kitty and Peter Carruthers, in their final pairs performance of this Legends Figure Skating Championships.
Take a look at this throw triple sow. Never did I expect that they would throw this one in here tonight. She gets all the way up there and out and completes it. They're setting up for that tabletop lift that Kitty does so well. Nice position. She has ease of flow up there and a very smooth exit. Here's that triple twist. That lateral twist they do so well. They come out and it's no problem. The flow is there. It's really not a problem for them, any one of these moves.
Recapping our scoring on a 10-point scale in 10th of a point increments. 5 judges, all scores count. Fourth coming in, here are the scores for Kitty and Peter, 9-8 and a 9-9. Their best round of competition thus far. Saving the best for last, a total of 49.1 for a cumulative total of 106.2. Now let's go backstage with Helen Chickering.
I know it. You know it was. We almost got caught.
Thanks, Bob. 2 Canadians up at the top. What is it going to take to make you number 1?
I don't know. It's not our goal coming here. I think our goal coming here, it's really to entertain the people in the stands. And I think already to compete with Barb and Paul, I mean, Lloyd's been competed against before, but I never competed against them, and they've always been my heroes. So I think it's just be out there with them. It's amazing. So we're not really trying to go there and be the first. We're just trying to go there and have a great competition, have fun, and make sure that the audience have fun too with everybody out there.
All right, lots of luck. Can't wait to see you perform.
Thank you.
Back to you.
From U.S. National
Thanks, Ellen. Next on the ice, currently in third place in the competition, this is Kalle Urbanski and Rocky Marvel.
Kalle Urbanski and Rocky Marvel.
The house is going to go crazy over this one. It's their rendition of James Brown, I Feel Good.
I go crazy! I go crazy! I go!
This is called an airplane lift. Very, very dangerous. Another one of those outrageous things that they do.
Baby, help me, please! I feel good.
When that audience starts clapping to your music, it really gets you going. You feel great out there. It's like you can do nothing wrong.
So good.
Like that, split double twist.
Adding just that extra ounce of adrenaline that can make the difference.
Here's one of those elements that she's got to land, or actually it could cost her. Remember, this is artistic. And it's double axel, 2-foot throw double axel, 2-footed, but pretty clean. Now that was a bad fall. She kind of took him down right with her. Let's see how they recover. That's the most important point. People forget the fall. The judges don't. But if you recover, it makes you feel better. The crowd doesn't care. And you just keep going. That was a very easy backflip. They seem to have recovered. However, it's an artistic competition, and that fall has got to affect their scores. Headbanger spin. Please don't try that at home.
Two-time U.S. national champions, Kalle Urbanski and Rocky Marvel. Perhaps a little bit of extra effort to that smile after the fall. But the crowd giving them all the support they can.
Let's take a look at this throw double axel. She gets really down on her knee, goes up, double axel. She touches down with that left foot. Here's where they had that episode where she fell. She caught her toe, and she actually was right in front of him and took him down with her. Unfortunate, because they were skating really well up to that. From another angle, you can see she hits her toe pick, and he hits his, and there's no getting up from that. She actually couldn't regain her balance for a little while there. You know, it happens. You deal with it, and you say, it happened, I don't want to let it happen again.
As you must. Here come their scores, 9 6s and 3 9 7s. And as a result, they slip behind Kitty and Peter Carruthers in the provisional standings to this point. We'll take a quick time out and return for more of the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Coming up next from Canada, Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler. Stay with us. Competition featuring Dorothy Hamill, who trails leader Liz Manley by just 0.7 of a point. But first, let's go back to the pairs event. And Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler, in 2 previous performances, they have dazzled this sellout crowd with their dangerous lifts and throws. And without question, that's what separates this couple from others in the world.
I think there's no question that people look at us and say, you know, if you had a competition with great lifting teams, we would definitely be there. People wouldn't say, well, we can't have Brasseur and Eisler and have a lifting competition. It definitely sets us apart. I think the acrobatics with which we do those neat lifts also sets us apart from everyone else. I think we've taken the lifting part of pair skating and taken it a step further rather than the star lifts and the platter lifts that are very plain and easy. I think a lot of the public looks at us, and you don't have to be skating knowledgeable to see what we do on the ice is scary, is fun, and is exciting.
Well, Judy, there's no question that this crowd has been entertained by their previous performances. It'll be interesting to see if they take their next performance in a different direction to try to win over the judges. They currently trail Underhill and Martini by a half point, and they need virtually a perfect score to have a shot at winning the Legends title. Now on the ice, here's Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler.
And get ready to see some very unique moves. Now remember, they have really just recently come onto the professional scene, but they have hit it big.
Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl with yellow feathers in her hair.
What's nice about Lloyd is that he has a sense of humor. It's never real serious business out there.
And while she tried to be a star, Tony always handed ball across the crowded floor. They worked from 8 till 4. They were young and they had each other. Who could ask for more at the
Now they're setting up for a move that you would normally see in amateur Olympic competition. It's a split triple twist. Well done.
They fell in love.
In the opening round of competition, they skated to Eric Clapton's tune, Tears in Heaven. Isabelle Brasseur dedicated it to the memory of her late father.
His name was Rico. He wore a diamond. He was escorted to his chair. He saw Lola dancing there, and when she finished, he called her over. But Rico went a bit too far. Tony sailed across the bar, and then the punches flew.
This is that move we were talking about. They call it the chainsaw, appropriately named by Scott Hamilton. Nice one-hand Detroiter.
Crowd getting behind the performance. After 2 rounds, they stood just a half point behind our leaders, Underhill and Martini. Little slip at the end for Lloyd Eisler, but another crowd-pleasing performance from the 2-time Olympic bronze medalists and 1993 world champions, Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler.
They are really getting the crowd when they perform. They've learned how to do that, and that's something you usually don't do so well until you're well into the pro ranks. Here's that fabulous triple twist. She gets all that airtime to do all 3 revolutions, lands it quite easily. As you can see, I think they're enjoying themselves. This is the leg around the neck spin. We'll have to ask Lloyd about that one. This is that one-hand helicopter lift. He keeps her centered right under her pelvis, completely in control. They know when to catch hands and get down from the lift.
Well done, and now the scores from our 5 judges. Remember, it is a cumulative total that counts, no dropping high and low. And it is straight 9.9 all the way across the board for a total of 49.5 and a grand total of 148.4. Remember, just a half point behind our leaders coming into the last round, and the only couple yet to skate are the leaders, Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini. And we'll be back to see them in action in just a moment. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Still to come, the finale of our ladies competition and our current leader, Elizabeth Manley of Canada. Plus, we'll show you final round coverage in the men's competition featuring performances by Scott Hamilton. First, let's check in with Helen Chickering.
Fun routine, but I have to tell you, you've taken it on the chin and now the eye. What happened?
Obviously, Lloyd's beating me yesterday on the chin and today on the eye, but it's chances that we take. I think everything we do is so acrobatic and difficult that you never know what's going to happen. So, I mean, most of the time, 100%, well, I would say 95% of the time is fine, but there's that little 5% like this week that we scratch each other. So.
Well, you didn't see pain on the eyes. How'd you feel about it?
Great. Skated wonderful. Had, a small minor problem with one element, but no one else does it in the world, so it's going to take some time for us to master it as well.
Well, the grace of Fred and Ginger and the comedy of Lucy and Ricky, you were great, guys. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini.
Thank you, Helen. Now on the ice, in first place following round 2, they'll need to score just over 49 points to capture the Legends title. This is Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini.
And you can hear the response from the audience. The tune brings back memories for everyone. This is one of their most special programs.
Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers. They've skated very strongly through 2 rounds, but after watching that tremendous performance by Prezer and Eisler, they're going to have to skate very well to win the title.
And time can do so much. All you still more.
Barb and Paul have really found a formula that works for them. They skate very quietly, serenely, and confidently. She has beautiful lines in and out of that death spiral.
Wait for me, I'll be coming home. Wait for me.
Here's their tabletop. It's a platter lift. It's magnificent in her shapes, and then this dramatic exit. Quite interesting the way they keep going from position to position, each one better than the next. Their one and only throw move, a throw axel. Very nicely done. Nice deep knee bend, nice extension in the free leg, just beautiful. They are so solid, so secure out there. They're hard to beat.
Another terrific performance from the five-time Canadian National Pairs champions and 1984 World champions, Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini, and they get a standing ovation. It may be worth pointing out here that our tie-breaking system is based on score in the third round of competition.
This is that difficult tabletop lift, but look how elegantly she looks once she gets up there. And very easily goes into the second position and hits it. Barb's throw is one of the biggest out there. Nice elevation and a nice landing. Look at that knee bend.
They will need to average 9.6 or better from all of the judges in order to beat Brasseur and Eisler. Here are their scores. Solid 10s all the way across. The second perfect score of 50 we have seen in this competition, following the one scored in men's individual competition by Scott Hamilton. Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini are the Legends Pairs champions. What a remarkable performance, considering that they too are coming back from a long layoff for the birth of Barbara's second child.
They are great.
No question about it. We'll step away for a moment and be back to a packed arena in Huntington, West Virginia for more of the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by Campbell Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Back in Huntington, West Virginia, Bob Varsha along with you. Here are the results of the pairs competitions. Victory for Underhill and Martini, finishing second Brasseur and Eisler, in third Kitty and Peter Carruthers. Let's go to Helen Chickering standing by with our champions.
Thanks, Bob. Paul and Barbara, Unchained Melody clinched top honors. How's it feeling?
It felt great, actually. You know, when we decided to pull out some old numbers this year to come back, we just thought, you know, are they going to want to see an Unchained Melody one more time? And we really thought about it, and people just said, yes, do it again, because people love to see it, and it's a real warm feeling going out there to do that number.
And you could feel that between you and the crowd. I mean, there was a definite something going on there.
Well, as soon as you hear the crowd sort of sigh, as soon as they hear the first notes of the music, you know immediately they're in your back pocket, so you've already got half the battle won. And then when you skate well, they truly get the full impact of the program the way it should be seen, so it felt really great.
Well, you truly had us in your back pocket. Congratulations. Top honors. Back to you, Bob.
Thank you, Helen. Congratulations once again to our champions. The pairs competition is now complete. We'll move on to final round coverage of the men when we return to Huntington, West Virginia. Stay with us. On the banks of the Ohio River at Huntington, West Virginia, welcome to the Huntington Civic Arena for a night of figure skating magic at the Legends Figure Skating Championship, presented by Campbell Soup's 1996 Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Hello again, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha. Welcome to a unique and original event here on ESPN. We've gathered several dozen of the greatest figure skaters in history, representing nearly 20 years of success in Olympic and World Championships competition. And competition is the key word. This is not an exhibition. Under the format of the Legends Figure Skating Championships, each of our skaters will perform 3 original routines. And tonight and in the 3 weeks to come, we'll bring you competition in men's and ladies, dance, and pairs. And it should be great fun to watch. As you've just seen, many of the most popular names in the history of the sport will be on the ice here in Huntington. To bring you the action, we've assembled our own legendary team. So let's join them now and go backstage to meet 1984 pairs silver medalist for the United States, Peter Carruthers, and the coach of a long line of successful U.S. skaters at the World Championship level, Kathy Casey. Peter?
Thanks, Bob. And what a collection of skaters we have in this competition. I think it's going to be an exciting competition in that we're not going to place the emphasis on the technical skills, the required elements. This is more of the mature side of skating. It's an artistic competition, only one mark. And I know, Kathy Casey, you and I earlier were saying how remarkable it is that we have so many generations of skaters in this competition.
Peter, it is so exciting. We have skaters from the 1976 Olympic Games to the 1994 Olympic Games. And the reason they can compete against each other is because this is an artistic competition. Remember little Scotty Hamilton carrying the American flag in the 1980 Olympics in Lake Placid, and the splash that Paul Wylie made in 1992, and also Dorothy Hamill in 1976.
Well, you know, I remember exactly where I was when Dorothy Hamill won her gold medal in 1976, and I can't wait to see her. And speaking of Dorothy Hamill, she's backstage right now with Helen Chickering. Helen?
Thanks, Peter. I am here with the legend, Dorothy Hamill. Any pre-performance jitters?
Oh, yes. If you could only see what my stomach feels like.
What? You came back, though, and you're here skating with friends and some that you haven't skated with before. What's going through your mind?
Well, it's really nice. Well, what's going through my mind is that I'm a whole lot older than just about everybody here. Some of these people, I mean, weren't even born when I was competing, which is a bit of a shock. But it was so nice to get onto the ice today and to see some of my old buddies that I used to skate with all the time that we grew up with. So it's fun.
Well, we can't wait to see you, and we'll take those jitters away from you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, Bob.
When we return, Kathy and Peter will preview round 1 of the men's competition in the inaugural Legends Figure Skating Championships. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championship, presented by Campbell Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Inside the Huntington Civic Arena, our men are on the ice completing their warm-ups. Peter Carruthers, let's talk about the skaters we're going to see in action.
Well, let's start off right away with 2 Olympic silver medalists. Brian Orser, 2-time Olympic silver medalist, is in great shape. His jumps look good. Paul Wylie from the United States, 1992 Olympic silver medalist, also skating well. A lot of charisma and really gets the audience going. And then, of course, someone who won the gold medal in 1992, Victor Petrenko, enjoying quite a career here in the United States. Kathy Casey, I know you coach one person in particular, and that is none other than Olympic champion Scott Hamilton. What do we see from Scott tonight?
That's right. Scott is really a crowd pleaser and loves the audience. He's skating better than ever and is very excited to be here.
Our first competitor is now on the ice from Canada. This is Brian Orser to skate to a bluesy number 3 hours past midnight.
Saddle again on those jumps, looking strong, nice combination.
There it is, 3 hours past midnight.
two-time Olympic silver medalist. Finishing second to Scott Hamilton in 1984, to Brian Boitano in 1988. But part of a line of strong male skaters from Canada.
And my baby's nowhere around. I listen hard to hear her footsteps.
Triple sow cow.
Yeah, and I ain't even heard a sound.
From the crowd, a very successful professional.
Brian's very popular in Canada, as are his fellow countrymen Kurt Browning and Elvis Stoico.
Nice height on the double axel.
Can't be satisfied.
And a back flip to wind up the performance.
At the audience.
Hey, they love him.
Brian Orser of Canada, who is staging his own skating shows, including Skate the Dream, to raise money for AIDS research in Canada.
Now here is the combination, and Kathy, he gets good height on the first jump, doesn't he?
Yeah, excellent height. It's a good jump.
Good air position.
Beautiful, beautiful. Couldn't be better.
That's what you're looking for in those jumps. And the backflip, Kathy, we don't see that a lot in the eligible competition.
Well, we don't see it at all. It's not legal. There are some amateurs that do it, but it's not legal, so we just see it in these artistry programs.
Now we'll take a look at Brian Orser's scores from the 5 judges. And once again, the theme is composition and style and artistic merit, more than it is technical ability. And here come his scores, 9/8 and 9/7.
Quite strong marks. Remember, as you said, 10, the best mark, but pretty good. Brian looking not so sure, Kathy, though, that tough time when you're sitting there.
It's a tough time, but I think Brian will be pleased with his marks for his first performance tonight.
Coming up next in the Legends Figure Skating Championships, a star from the 1992 Olympic Games, Paul Wylie, will skate in a moment. All the competitors in the Legends series were chosen for their impact on the sport of figure skating. We asked Paul Wylie what he would like his legacy to be.
I think the legacy that I hope, the thing that I hope people will remember about me is that I enjoyed skating, and I enjoy skating, and I always wanted to bring the love of skating to the audience in a different way maybe than somebody else, but the fusion of the music and the performance and everything has been the reason I've loved it.
And few can bring together music and performance better than the 1992 Olympic silver medalist, Paul Wylie.
This is the Moment is about Albertville and about how it changed my life and about how really life is a collection of moments.
This is the moment, this is the day, this is the moment when I know I'm on my way. Every endeavor I have made ever is coming into play. It's here and now today. This is the moment, this is the time, the momentum and the moment are in line. Give me this momentous moment. I'll gather up my past and make some sense at last. This is the moment when all I've done, all of the dreaming, scheming, and screaming becomes one. This is the day. Just see it shine when all I've lived for becomes mine.
Doing exactly what he should. Not absolute perfection on the jumps, but Kathy, that's not what this competition is about.
Paul's a very emotional, dramatic skater with a beautiful classic line. Look at this triple Lutz. A little bit bent over on the landing, but his strength pulled him through, and I'm sure he'll get credit for that. And now comes the knee slide. Very dramatic part of his program. He has a beautiful classical line. It's one thing the judges are going to be looking for.
Thank you. My mom, my dad, Claire.
And here are Paul Wylie's marks. 9 9s and 9 8s, Peter.
All strong. He is right up at the top. And look at the expression on his face. Very happy. You can't get much better than that, Kathy.
No, he seems real happy. I'm sure he'll like these marks.
And you can hear the reaction from the crowd. They do not want to hear about 9.8s. Let's get down to Helen.
Paul Wylie, you got to be happy with the score.
Well, yeah, I was really happy. I wish I had done the triple toe in the corner. I backed off a little bit because I was in the corner, but happy with the performance. Is a good way to start the night.
You were singing out there.
I was. Well, it's a really special song, actually, to me, and I don't know, I just got into it more than I thought I would tonight.
Well, we want to see lots more. Congratulations. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Helen. Still to come, Skating Hall of Famers Scott Hamilton and the 1976 Olympic gold medalist Dorothy Hamill when the Legends Figure Skating Championships continue. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the Campbell Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Backstage, two skaters integral to the success of that tour over the past few years, Alexander Zulin and Maya Usova. And out on the ice, former Soviet Olympic teammate and touring partner, Viktor Petrenko.
As I said earlier, enjoying a very nice career here in the United States, along with Oksana Baiul.
Some interesting interplay with the crowd there. His music, This Business of Love.
Just a baby in this business of love. I'm a mover, I shake ya like my tonight. I can take your last dollar with the throw of the dice. I got a gift for women from heaven above. But I'm just a baby in this business of love. I'm a smooth operator in all affairs. Sophisticated, debonair, I've got all kinds.
Solid triple toe.
Beautiful. I'm just a baby in the business of love.
Former world junior champion.
Nobody ever trained me.
Known as the Baryshnikov of ice.
Somebody save me. I'm just a baby in this business of love.
As an amateur, Victor had a very classical style, and now he's created a lot of different styles, as you will see him perform tonight.
And he really works in the audience to every performance, giving a lot of eye contact with the people in the building.
I'm just a baby. Nobody ever trained me.
Victor has the difficult triple axel planned here. While it's not needed, it certainly helps.
Oh! Fell out on the landing. If he had hit that, though, it would have been a great gamble.
Certainly would have. Now it is a gamble because it's marred the program a little bit.
I was right smack dab at the top of my game.
You mentioned Peter Petrenko has had a stellar professional career in the United States, and as has been documented, has used some of the profits of that career to help create the career of the reigning ladies Olympic champion, Oksana Baiul.
Absolutely.
You've got the same. I'm just a baby in this business of love. This business of love.
Beautiful triple Salchow. Well executed.
I'm just a baby in this business of love. Ba-do, 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 ba.
Great stretch on the traveling camels. Wow. A lot of style and very athletic.
Very, very difficult program. The crowd loves him.
Viktor Petrenko, Olympic champion. And this is going to be interesting. We've talked before about how technical merit is not as much, in theory, a part of the scores as artistic merit. I'm going to be interested to see how the judges like that performance.
A beautiful triple toe that was preceded by footwork right into the program, and he's back into it again. So it just was flowed right through the program very well.
And now take a look at this triple sow cow. Very strong back on the landing, a nice stretch. Well done.
Nice round of applause for Victor Petrenko. Fans in the audience continue to call his name. Here are Victor Petrenko's scores, beginning with a 10. A perfect 10 for Petrenko, 3 9.9s and a 9.8.
Exceptional marks. And Kathy, how about that 10?
Well, that 10 was a good mark. They're judging on artistry. The crowd loved him. He was really into the program, and I can justify that.
Absolutely.
And so Victor Petrenko takes the lead, but we have one skater yet to come. And wait till you hear the welcome for Scott Hamilton. Stay with us. Now on the ice, 36-year-old Scott Hamilton. We wondered, after almost 3 decades of competitive skating, whether the sport's biggest showman still gets some pre-show butterflies.
I'm really terrified before most events, whether it be a show or anything else, because I want to live up to a certain standard, and if I don't, I'm not a happy camper. So yeah, I get really nervous, and I get pale, and I get kind of scary to be around. I mean, I don't lose my temper or anything, but it's kind of spooky. It's like, what's his deal? It's like, well, he's nervous. I just want to skate my best all the time, and I get so keyed up for the events sometimes that the adrenaline starts flowing so much that I can't really control how high the jumps go, or sometimes I don't feel rotation right, and I start making mistakes. So I just gotta try to stay calm, and every performance, even though I've been doing competitive skating this is my 28th year, I still get nervous every single time.
Well, Kathy Casey, coach, you gotta be feeling great. You know this man.
I know this man, and he's happy. He skated very well. I'm so excited for him because every day he trains to make himself better and work hard. He's not very complacent with where he is right now. And here's the triplets. Look for the height. Oh, beautiful. Nice controlled landing, no scrape. Beautiful.
And the backflip, perfect, great tuck in the air, just like a gymnast. He has it all. He has the audience, he has the skating, and he's such a great ambassador to the sport of figure skating.
He's the best. Best goodwill ambassador we could ever find.
About to enter his 15th year as perhaps the most celebrated figure skater in the world. Olympic champion, 4-time national and world champion. Here are his scores. Clean 10s all the way across.
And he deserves it.
Absolutely.
And a standing ovation for Scott Hamilton. A perfect 50 to begin the competition. Let's go down to Helen Chickering.
A contemplative Scott Hamilton on the ice, a smiling Scott Hamilton now.
Oh, I've been doing a lot of humor lately, so I decided to bring back a ballad because there's 3 numbers in this competition, so I thought I should break it up. I'm just glad I skated well, and the audience was fantastic.
And how about those perfect 10s?
Well, you know, that's up to them. Up to me is what happens on the ice. I just hope it continues.
Well, we love you. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Great show.
Thanks a lot.
Scott.
No question about it. One of the most beloved athletes in America today, Scott Hamilton. The first round of men's competition is now complete. And with a perfect score of 50, Scott Hamilton has taken the lead. But it's a narrow one, just half a point over fellow Olympic champion Victor Petrenko. As Scott makes his exit, so will we. And when we return, round 1 of the ice dancing competition, featuring the 1992 Olympic gold medalist team of Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko. I'm Bob Varsha. Joining me once again, Peter Carruthers and Kathy Casey as we get set for the second round of men's individual competitions. Following the first round, Scott Hamilton leads the standings with a perfect score of 50 over Petrenko and Wylie, the top 3 very closely bunched. Now the men will skate in the reverse order from the first round, which means the first man on the ice will be the hero of that first round of competition, Scott Hamilton, preparing to dance to the music of Aerosmith. Get set for Walk This Way. Getting into it immediately. Strong.
Incorporating all kinds of characters into his skating. Scott, by far, absolutely has the best feet in skating. He's the most agile skater I think I've ever seen.
He's best known for his footwork and his quick footwork. He also loves to add humor into skating, as you can see with this program, as well as to engage the crowd in his performance. They love him. A lot of technical difficulties this is what I'm talking about. Look at this footwork. This will all incorporate into the artistic mark. It's very difficult.
Great piston turn.
Great backflip. His monkey walk.
Great orangutan.
Yeah, monkey walk. And a fast scratch spin to end. Whoa! He's hot tonight.
And once again, America's most decorated male figure skater ever brings the crowd out of its seats in Huntington, West Virginia. Perhaps the best ambassador the sport of figure skating has ever had.
Triple X replay. Oh, look at the height on that. Sure as can be. He loves it. Felt good in the air. And backflip. Another one of his specialties.
And the walking step right behind that. Always entertaining. There's the orangutan in slow motion.
Whoa. This footwork's very hard, and it will be worth some artistic points for him. It's not only choreography that goes into this artistic mark. It's the speed of the program, the sureness of the edges, the cleanness of the jump landings, whether it's doubles or triples.
And once again, 5 judges scoring on a 10-point system. Cumulative scores are being tabulated. Here are Scott Hamilton's scores. 4 9-9s and a 10. Well, by his standards, I suppose that's a little bit of a fall off.
By my standards, it's awfully good. Wow, he should be happy.
99.6 points out of a possible 100. He has really set the bar high for those who will follow. We'll be right back for more men's competition, where the Legends Figure Skating Championships continue. Scott Hamilton has once again electrified the crowd, and he's standing by with another member of our broadcast team, Helen Chickering.
Thanks, Bob. Move over, Aerosmith. You've created a new music video.
Oh, it's fun. It's a piece of music I picked out a couple years ago, and it's kind of taken on a life of its own. It's a lot of fun to do. I was still tired from the first one, though. It takes a long time to recover when you're a legend. So
yeah, legend, but you did some fancy footwork like that orangutan.
Oh, thanks. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of character in the music, and you know, it was a hit when I was in high school, so I think I have every right to skate to it.
Well, it was a hit with the judges too. Congratulations, Scott. Back to you, Bob.
Thanks, Helen. And now on the ice, Victor Petrenko, second in points after the first round of competition.
He won his Olympic gold medal in 1992. It did not take him long to figure out how to become a commercial skater in the United States, because he has the skills, he has the artistry, the style, of course, and everything. And above all, just charm with the audience.
You broke my heart because I couldn't dance. You didn't even want me around. And now I'm back to let you know I can really shake them down.
He didn't learn those moves in the Ukraine.
He loves to do these little dance routines.
You know, you have to wonder, growing up in the Ukraine as a young boy, would he have ever dreamed that he would be in the United States, being such a celebrity in figure skating? I don't think so.
You certainly came here at the right time when figure skating was booming, and there's lots of opportunities for the eligible and ineligible. Wonderful triple toe with footwork before it. That'll give him a lot of credit in the judges' minds.
Question for you, Kathy. What is the likely impact of having skaters of this kind of quality here in America?
Well, it certainly helps our young people. They have a lot to look up to with the likes of Brian Boitano, Victor Petrenko. They see them on television every weekend and can't help but help make our skating better.
I don't mean to throw a wet blanket over the competition, but what he just did there, making physical contact with a spectator at the side of the rink, is technically, at least, against the rules of the competition.
We must have read the same rules because I saw that too. You cannot have contact with the audience or the judges. I wonder how they're going to react.
And now the triple axel, not complete.
There again, it's a gamble trying that because the mistake mars the program.
Well, whatever its faults, that performance has gone down well with the crowd here in Huntington.
Exactly. Now the question is raised. It clearly states here during the actual competitive routine, no physical contact between the skater, judges, or audience. How will they deduct that? Will they deduct that? That remains to be seen.
Triple toe with very difficult footwork before it. This will be worth some good points. The audience loved it. Here is the illegal move, dancing with the lady. As much fun as it was, you're right. And here's the triple axel. A little bit underturned, bent forward on the landing, and I think it was a gamble in an artistic competition.
Well, while Victor has a laugh in the kiss and cry area, here are his scores: 297s, 398s.
And that does reflect the contact with the audience, I'm sure. And, you know, again, the triple axel, not really a fall, but a definite touchdown with two hands, not what he wanted.
And with that, Victor Petrenko, with a total of 98.3 points after 2 rounds, falls just a little bit further behind our leader, Scott Hamilton. Paul Wylie continues his preparations backstage. Now onto the ice as the public address announcer intones the ever unpredictable Gary Beacom of Canada. Once again, the audience getting into it.
I have to laugh for a minute, though, because up here in the booth we have these sheets that give us the order of elements, and we're both looking at them saying, elements, improvised program. Well, that's just what he does. He improvises.
Like a bird.
He's going to make this up as he goes along.
On a wire.
Takes a lot of presence to do that.
Like a drum in a midnight choir.
I hope he's not flying my airliner.
I have tried in my way to be free. Like a fish.
No mistaking that voice.
On a hook.
Dressed in black to honor the man in black.
Like a knight
Johnny
in
Cash.
some old-fashioned book. I have saved all my ribbons for thee.
There's another skater that
And
loves to
if
put humor into his routines.
If I have been unkind, I just hope you will let it go by. And if I have been untrue, I hope you know it was never to you. Like a dream, like a dream.
Now that actually is called a pivot in skating, and typically a man will do that in a death spiral position, and I've never seen one held quite that long before.
Not quite.
But I swear by the song and by all that I have done wrong, I'll make it all up to thee. I saw a young man leaning on his wooden crutch.
Gary makes his home in Sun Valley, Idaho, where he's the co-director of the weekly ice shows they have all summer long. Perhaps his residing in Idaho prompted him to select this particular program to do.
And a young woman leaning in her darkened door.
Well, the crowd appears to be enjoying it, but once again, as he did in the first round, he's jumping as though he had to pay for each one.
Very good point.
Why not ask for more? Like a bird on a wire, like a drum in a midnight choir, I have tried in my youth to be free.
Well, they have the improv for comedians. And we have an improvisational skater here, Gary Beacom. Audience certainly giving it a thumbs up, and for that matter, a standing ovation.
Well, once again, it'll be interesting to see how our 5 judges choose to score it.
That's the 2-foot spin. That's quite a unique spin. Not easy to learn or do that spin, but...
It's called the crossfoot. It's very, very difficult. And difficult to hold the length of time that Gary's held it. I think skating an improvised program is a bit of a risk, and sometimes Gary's a risky person.
And occasionally, taking risks means you pay. Here are the scores: 9-7, 9-8 from one of the judges, 9-7, then a 9-5, and a 9-6 for a total of 48.3 points. And he remains at the rear of the field. So Gary Beacom has made another artistic statement here in Huntington, West Virginia. We will be back to continue the men's competitions with Paul Wylie and Brian Orser. Stay with us. The Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the Campbell Soup's 1996 Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Coming up, 1992 Olympic silver medalist Paul Wylie, whose dramatic performances in Albertville captured the hearts of all Americans. We asked him earlier about his commitment to combining music and theater as integral elements of his routines.
Since I'm performing these programs over and over again, I feel that I want to skate to something that really compels me and something that will bring me to a different place every time I take the ice, like an actor would prepare, to go. I don't want to just put music on that will be background music, but I want the music to transform both me and the audience and to take us to a place where we're thinking on a different level than just skating.
Triple Lutz plan here. Up, and he has chosen to make a double.
And remember, Scott Hamilton hit that triple Lutz earlier, so that will not help Paul in his quest to climb up in the standings, at least to catch Scott Hamilton.
He had a very, very difficult program plan here. Did a beautiful triple flip, preceded by a spiral, which is hard as the entrance is made difficult. Very effective, difficult footwork here. Nice combination spin to end with. 3 different positions and a change of foot.
Well, Victor Petrenko arguably left the door open, and that performance by Paul Wylie might be enough to boost him into second place. After 2 rounds of competition, with a third still to come in these Legends Figure Skating Championships.
Very, very difficult entrance into the triple flip with this spiral before it. It's got some nice footwork here. Very difficult footwork. Beautiful scratch spin. Using a variation of his arms over his head.
Now this was a very important jump for him. He wanted this triple. Notice he'll only take 2 rotations, reaching back, not quite perpendicular when he took off, a little loose in the air. You've got to pull those arms in tight to create that rotation.
Showing the effort of his performance. Here come the scores for Paul Wylie, beginning with a 9.9, a 9.8, and 3 9.9s for a total of 49.4 points. It is enough. With a total of 98.7, he moves past Victor Petrenko into second place behind Scott Hamilton. But there is one man yet to skate, and in a moment we'll be back to bring you Brian Orser. Stay with us for more from West Virginia.
ESPN's Legends of Figure Skating Championships has been brought to you in part.
2 of the men's competition is nearly complete, and the round 1 leader, Scott Hamilton, still maintains a sizable advantage over second-placed Wylie. Victor Petrenko is third, while Gary Beacom sits in 4th position. And now on the ice, Brian Orser, who scored a disappointing 48.8 in round 1. He skates to the music Summertime here in round 2.
Summertime, and the living is easy. Fish on.
Brian felt like his skating needed a shot in the arm this past year, and he's hired a personal trainer. He's done a lot of working out in the gym. He's doing more training at the arena with a coach, and it's certainly showing in his skating. He's skating much better this year.
That double axel is indicative of that.
Absolutely. He was one of the first men to correctly land and successfully perform triple axels in the very beginning, when triple axels were very difficult for most people.
Oh, nice triple Lutz. I haven't seen him do that for a long time. He's really got it back.
Holding hands in the night in the starry sky. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it.
Triple toe.
He's hot tonight.
One girl, sigh and sigh after sigh. Nice work if you can get it, and you can get it if you try.
He expressed to me today that he was itching to get that triple axel going, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in one of these routines before too long.
Loving one who loves you, and then taking that vow. Nice work if you can get it, and if you get it, oh, won't you tell me how?
Nice sequence of footwork. Notice he chose not to play with the lady sitting over there.
This performance might well make for a wholesale reshuffling of our leaderboard. Brian Orser was just 0.7 of a point behind second place Victor Petrenko after the first round. And like Paul Wylie, he is coming through with a terrific second round performance.
And a great backflip. That's great. And there's Scott Hamilton, Rosalind Sumner's. They all tour together on Discover Card Stars on Ice, so they really know each other well. And in professional skating, there's so much support from each other. It's great to see, and he is in shape, bottom line.
That might be the best I've seen Brian skate in a long, long time. Triplets, straight in, up, look at the nice straight body and tight and quick getting in, and he is excited. Look at that.
I'm telling you, that's a personal accomplishment for him to get that jump back looking so good. Triple toe loop.
Triple toe loop.
Solid. And good, tight stomach muscles needed on that backflip. Oh, yeah.
Here are the marks. And they are, shall we say, Hamiltonian in their scope. Make that a 9-9, a 9-8, and 3 10s. A total of 49.7 added to his first round score means that Brian Orser has also moved past Victor Petrenko into third place. The final round of men's competition is going to be spectacular. When we return to Huntington, West Virginia, we'll go backstage to Helen Chickering for some comments from Brian Orser. Plus, we'll see 1994 Olympic gold medalist Oksana Baiul in a special exhibition. All that and more as the Legends Figure Skating Championships rolls on. Don't go away. We are back at the Legends Figure Skating Championships in Huntington, West Virginia. After an astonishing second-round performance that has boosted him up into third place, Brian Orser is standing by with Helen Chickering.
Thanks, Bob. Brian, unstoppable. How do you feel about that performance?
I can't tell you. It's been a long time coming. I've always known that I've had it in me. And some encouragement from my friends like Scott Hamilton and Tracy Wilson. You know, for this year I've been working hard. And they kept telling me I could do it, and I did it. It's the best feeling I've had since '88 Olympics.
Well, you are 1 point behind your friend Scott Hamilton. One more round to go. What's ahead?
What's ahead is a piece called Deeply Dippy, which is a fun, kind of like his Walk This Way type number. So, man, I'll be jazzed for that one.
Well, you have jazzed us. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Back to you, Bob.
Thanks, Helen. And now a moment that this sellout crowd in Huntington has been waiting for. Skating a special exhibition, 1993 world champion and 1994 Olympic gold medalist Oksana Baiul.
Minувших дней в душе измученной моей.
The elegance and grace of a soon-to-be legend, Oksana Baiul. If you've enjoyed this performance, we've got much more next week when the Legends Figure Skating Championships continue on ESPN. Oksana Baiul in another exhibition, plus final round coverage of the men's and the dance competitions, and we'll see whether Paul Martini and Barbara Underhill can maintain their lead in round 2 of the pairs. Then on Monday, November 6th, we'll have final round coverage of the pairs, plus second and third round coverage of the ladies' competition, which currently finds 1988 Olympic silver medalist Elizabeth Manley in first place after a beautiful first-round performance, and 1984 Olympic silver medalist Rosalind Sumner's tied for second place, just 0.4 of a point behind Manley. Sumner's co-second place finisher is none other than 1976 Olympic gold medalist Dorothy Hamill. And when we come back, we'll take a look back at the competitive return of America's sweetheart. All that and more when the Legends Figure Skating Championships continue in a moment.
Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Our dance competition is now complete, and we look ahead to the final round of the men. A look at the standings following 2 rounds finds Paul Wylie in second place, with Brian Orser third, followed by Victor Petrenko and Gary Beacom. And that brings us to our third and final round of men's competition to determine our inaugural Legends champion. With me to bring it to you, Olympic coach Kathy Casey, Olympic silver medalist Peter Carruthers. Peter, how do you assess this third round?
Well, I have to tell you, Bob, when it comes to Scott Hamilton, he just gets better and better. Prior to this, 2 triple Lutzes in his programs, and going into this competition, he has 4 triples planned. So considering one is gold medal in 1984, he has not dropped off at all. And Kathy, there are others.
There are others. The man of the evening in the second round was Canada's Brian Orser, who skated the best performance he has since 1988. He couldn't be more pleased. He's in shape. He hit all of his jumps. And look out for Brian in round 3.
You have to look out for Brian, but you cannot forget about who's in second place. That is Paul Wylie, who always has so much drama and intensity when he skates, and boy, can he capture a crowd also.
No question about it, and Paul Wylie has a very dramatic third routine coming up. We'll be ready in just a moment with the final round of men's competition, so don't go away. We'll be right back to West Virginia. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. 1 round remains in men's individual competition. Our first competitor is on the ice, 5th after the first 2 rounds. This is Gary Beacom from Canada.
U.S. Open champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Beacom.
Well, Bob, the music?
On some foggy mountain top, in case you didn't already recognize it. Now, Gary Beacom does not let you know ahead of time what his performance will include. In fact, when asked, he'll tell you the whole thing is improvised.
And Kathy, we both know that that is really unusual to go onto the ice without some kind of a rehearsed program.
It's very hard. You have to be a unique kind of person to do this. But Gary is one of a kind. There's no other Gary Beacom in this world.
Now if you see that girl of mine, there's something I want you to
He has very creative footwork. Look at this.
And again, I think this falls into this artistic part of the competition, or for the entire competition, quite well, because the audience has a good time, and there's a double flip bent over on purpose. That's something you want to avoid when you're skating, but not with Gary.
He trails event leader Scott Hamilton by 3.2 points, an almost insurmountable margin. But I don't think that will change the way Gary Beacom approaches his skating. A man with degrees in physics and philosophy from the University of Toronto.
Skates from his heart for Gary.
And the audience.
And the audience, you got it.
Look at that. That may look very bizarre, but I got to tell you, I don't think I could do that. I'd probably twist my ankle and be off for a few weeks.
I don't think I could teach it either. From a coach's standpoint, this isn't something you teach anyone.
No,
it's inbred.
It's innate, you're right.
Another curious performance from Gary Beacom, but a part of this sellout crowd comes to its feet. We'll take a timeout and then return to see how the judges judged Gary Beacom's performance. Stand by for more from the Legends. Welcome back to the Legends in West Virginia. Bob Barsha, Peter Carruthers, Kathy Casey with you. Let's take a look at some of the footwork of Gary Beacom.
Well, the footwork in itself is very unique and different, but again, some of the positions he gets his body into, I've just never seen it in skating. And again, that expression. I mean, if you ever saw this, watching it, whoa, what is this guy doing? But with the music, it seems to all go together and work. Now, that was a very unusual jump. It's unorthodox skating, really. I mean,
very
all
unorthodox.
Well, he has taken our theme of artistic expression to heart. Here are the scores for Gary Beacom: 9-7, 9-6, 9-8, 9-7, and 9-7. A total of 48.5. And at this moment, it gives him the provisional lead, but there is a long way to go. 4 great skaters coming up. One of them is on the ice right now. The 1992 Olympic champion from the Ukraine. This is Viktor Petrenko.
And in the warm-up, he looked terrific. In fact, he landed a beautiful triple axel. I'm sure he's going to try it. That may have a lot to do with the standings after he skates.
Now, in the second round, Viktor Petrenko violated the rules by getting involved in his dance with one of the spectators at the side of the rink. He didn't suffer too much for it in the points, but he also slipped heavily in the performance and dropped from second to fourth. So he has some ground to make up. To the music of Bryan Adams, If You Really Loved a Woman.
Love a woman to understand her. You gotta know her deep inside. Hear every thought, see every dream, and give her wings when she wants to fly. Then when you find
Victor's opening element will be a triple axel.
It actually is one of his easier triples for him.
And he said earlier today he would have no problem with it. Let's check it out right here.
Oh, beautiful.
That was textbook perfect,
Textbook
Kathy.
perfect, yep. I'd like to point out that a triple axel is not in the air any longer than a double axel, and you merely have to squeeze tighter and pull in harder, and you need stronger arms, not stronger legs to do a triple axel.
You actually did a case study on this.
We've done that, absolutely, with the help of the Olympic Training Center.
This isn't easy either, though. Triple Lutz.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect. He is skating well. This is of Olympic quality right here.
Absolutely. A flying camel with a variation.
You gotta breathe her, really taste her, till you can feel her in your blood. When you can see her unborn children in her eyes, you know you really love her. You love a woman, you tell her that she's really wanted. You love a woman, you tell her that she's the one. She needs somebody to tell her that you'll always be together.
Split jump, stag jump, and a triple toe. However, we must bear in mind that triple jumps aren't the main criteria for this competition. It is artistry and creativity.
But I'll tell you, these triple jumps sure don't hurt in the score.
You gotta love a woman. And when you find yourself lying helpless in her arms, you know you really love.
Great double axel. If Victor's performance is any indication of what we're going to see tonight from the other boys, it's going to be a fabulous competition.
And how?
With a Spanish flair, Victor Petrenko, Olympic champion, has made his final bid for victory in the Legends Figure Skating Championships. And the crowd comes to its feet as one.
That triple axel, the triple Lutz, those are great quality.
Beautiful triple axel. Now watch how quickly he turns in the air. Very fast and very straight, and checks out strong.
And now the triple Lutz staying perpendicular to the ice, just where you want to be. Look at the strong back, the great extension on the landing. That is perfect. Incorporating the Spanish flair into the performance and really enjoying it. That's an entire package. Strong.
I thought for a moment that footwork might have gotten away from him just a bit when he smiled, but the crowd loved it, and here come the marks. 4 10s and a 9.9 for a total of 49.9 points, just 1/10 off of perfect. And with that, he moves into a strong lead in the provisional standings. He came in 1.3 points behind our leader, Scott Hamilton, and he made up lots of ground there.
And Kathy, I feel that those scores are very much deserved.
Absolutely, very much deserved.
We'll be back with a man who skated very strongly in the second round, Brian Orser of Canada. Stay with us. On the ice, Brian Orser of Canada. Before we get to him, let's quickly go backstage to Helen Chickering.
Thanks, Bob. Victor, Don Juan, you stole our hearts.
Well, thank you. Yes, I did my best today, and I'm happy about it, and I put the harder job, which I can do, triple axel, and I'm really excited about it.
Flawless performance and a lot of passion.
Yeah, the crowd was great, and I just feel like I can do something special for the crowd. That's why I'm just felt pretty good.
Well, you got every lady's heart, I tell you. Thank you so much.
That's what I was going for. Thank you.
Back to you.
Thanks, Helen. Quite a showman. And now on the ice, Brian Orser, who has performed brilliantly in this event. We asked him earlier tonight what makes him go.
What makes me go is just being competitive. And that's why everybody here is at that level, because we're all competitive. And we've always been competitive. And through all of my years of being competitive, a lot of my main rivals are right here.
He's just watched a dynamite performance from Victor Petrenko. Now he will have to match it.
Dip about the curve you got, deeply hot for the curve you got. Dip about the fun we had, deeply.
Brian really is pumped tonight after having performed one of the best performances in many years in round number 2.
Can't make head nor tail of passion.
Strong triple toe, Wally. That's what he wants.
Let's set sail for seas of passion now.
Incorporated with his footwork, his circle footwork.
Dip about the Spanish eyes, Sierra smile, legs that go on for miles and miles. Oh, see those legs, man. Miles and miles.
He's happy with those triple jumps tonight.
Can't make head nor tail of passion, oh my love. So let's set sail for seas of passion.
I think, Peter, he looks a little more relaxed and looser than I've seen him in a long time, too.
Absolutely, and look at that backflip. The jumps are all there. He's in great condition.
So let's set sail for seas of passion now.
I'm taking a hike to the beach. Two-time Olympic silver medalist and 1987 world champion, Brian Orser.
Kathy, you made a very good point. He looks relaxed, and we both know how important it is as a skater to be relaxed in these tough jumps. Right here.
Triple toe loop. And he was pleased with that.
Side.
2 double axels in his circle footwork. Remember, he was one of the great triple axel jumpers of his time.
And who could forget about the incredible Olympic contest between him and Boitano? That backflip in great style. And you're right, he is relaxed because he's in shape.
I'm supposed to go right into it.
And here come the scores for Brian Orser. They will have to be high. And they are 9-8, 9-8, 9-9, 9-9, 9-9, a total of 49.3. He moves into second place. Not enough to overcome a great performance by Victor Petrenko, but Brian Orser appears happy with what he's got right now. But it only gets tougher from here. Up next will be American Paul Wylie. Stand by for more from Huntington, West Virginia. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Let's get you up to date on the current men's standings. Petrenko, Orser, and Beacom are now finished. Wylie and Hamilton still to come. But before we get to them, let's check in with Helen Chickering.
Thanks, Bob. Ryan, number 2. Wow. But do you think the scores reflected your performance?
Well, it's hard to say because I skated third. There's 2 really good skaters left after me. Victor's, who skated before me, got all 10s and won 9.9. So it was, it was about what I skated. I didn't do as many tricks as some of the others are doing, but I was pretty happy with it.
But you were hot out there.
Yeah, I was. The audience is amazing. So they got going at the very beginning, and they just carried me through it.
As colorful as your costume. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Back to you, Bob.
Thank you, Helen. Now on the ice. Second after 2 rounds. 9/10 of a point off the lead. This is Paul Wylie.
And in the warm-up for Paul, he performed a beautiful triple Lutz. That will be a jump to look for to help him through this performance to JFK. Of course, from the motion picture, JFK.
Very emotional and dramatic. When Paul's on, he's tough to beat with this program. He's opening up with his spiral triple flip.
Oh, too bad.
Almost. Legs were a little too far apart in the air, and he didn't get in quite soon enough.
A little bit over on the landing on the double axel, feeling his way through these jumps. He's going to want this triple Lutz that is scheduled coming up. The story right here, the triple Lutz 3 times around in the air, vaulting up. Oh, not quite as good as he can do it.
Not quite, a little bit tilted to the right, his hand went down. Paul's choreographer is Mary Scott Bold, and I think she really, this is one of her very, very best pieces that she's ever done. And if you notice, we'll point out, this is a very interesting piece that Paul's doing right here, and I'm sure the judges will reward that.
And the footwork section is exceptional. Very quick feet, lots of quick turns.
One of my favorite sections, the split jump and then the spread eagle. Watch how it goes to the music. Very creative. And also this. Very fast turns. Inside spread eagle is very effective for an ending for this program. A well thought out creative program. Unfortunately marred by a few errors with his triple jumps.
But being the champion that Paul Wylie is, he never lets down. He continues to carry the theme and the expression that are so important in the overall package of a figure skating performance. However, as you said, Kathy, not the best on the jumps.
Here comes a triple flip, and down he went. Sometimes the skater's rhythm gets off in the beginning and they have a hard time keeping it together for the rest of the program. Here comes the Lutz. A little bit off to the right side, getting his leg out a little bit late.
But this footwork is just terrific, and that may look fairly easy. However, in the middle of a program, your legs are burning, and it's tough to be that quick and show that kind of agility.
Well, in a competition this tough, the judges are going to have to be very generous, and it appears they are not. The scores 9-7, 9-7, and a trio of 9-8s, a total of 48.8 points. So Paul Wylie's scores will put him in third place behind Victor Petrenko, Brian Orser, and ahead of Gary Beacom. On the ice, our leader after 2 rounds, the dominant male skater of this competition thus far, Scott Hamilton. We'll be back to see him in a moment. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Our men's competition is down to its final competitor, Scott Hamilton, the leader after the 2 previous rounds. You know, throughout this event, we've commented on how much Scott has given to the sport of skating. We thought it would be interesting to get his opinion on one of the many legacies he'll leave behind.
I've always thought the entertainment aspect of the sport was as important as the competitive aspect, so I always tried to be entertaining within the competitive performances. And, you know, I guess opening up doors of opportunity, expanding people's range of imagination on what can be done on the ice, and try to create more opportunities for male figure skaters. You know, when I came into the professional scene in '84, it was girls sell tickets, guys whatever. You know, it's like, we'd love to have you in the show because you'll get a reaction from the audience, but you're not going to sell a ticket, so that's just the way it is. Sorry. I think since, you know, myself and Cousins in '80, John Curry in '76, I think slowly, you know, Brian Boitano obviously in '88, Victor '92, you know, you'll see that men are becoming more marketable and more appreciated and more sellable to the American public. And I think now we can hold our own with the women. I think that was something that maybe I helped create.
And now he looks to create another mark in the history books as the inaugural men's champion in the Legends Skating Series. Here's 1984 Olympic gold medalist Scott Hamilton.
This program is a combination of technical abilities, artistry, humor, quick footwork, and audience appeal. It is. Enjoy it as we watch it. He has 4 triples planned in the opening of this program, starting with the triple Lutz.
Oh, yeah.
Right on.
He's done 3 triple Lutzes in this competition, and each one has been better than the one before.
Absolutely. He doubled the flip.
Was trying for a triple, however, only 2 rotations, but he won't let down. Triple sow.
Triple sow. It's an easy triple for him. Double toe loop incorporated with footwork and artistry.
combination. Double toe loop.
And yes, that was deliberate.
Absolutely injecting some humor in there. Look at the agility in those feet.
That's what he's known for. There again, it's something you can't teach. He has the fastest footwork. Look.
Quick changes of direction.
Quick turns. This program was choreographed by Scott's choreographer, Sarah Kawahara. And here we have a combination spin. I'd like to point out that the judges are looking for different positions, change of feet, and speed. You'll note the humor spread throughout the program.
Perfectly centered scratch spin, staying exactly on top of one area on the ice, never traveling.
Russian split chops. Into a back flip. And an Arabian. And he has the crowd on their feet.
15 years at the top of his game. Scott Hamilton has been the whole package at these championships, skating to a ballad, to rock and roll, and finally to the classics.
Watch the height on this triple Lutz as he goes up. Straight back, arms tight, and out. Very confident.
That's the way you want to teach it. Now here's the combination section, and those fast feet moving with great control in the upper body with a double toe loop on the end, and a little bit of loss of control that's brilliantly choreographed. And leading the band. Just a great entertainer, and I'm telling you, he gets better all the time.
Gets better every year. He's skating better right now.
Well, he needs just 48.7 points to take the lead. He has been way ahead of that through 2 rounds. Here are his scores for the third. 2 9-9s and 3 10s, and you heard the boos when those 9-9s were announced. The winner, hands down, Scott Hamilton is our Legends champion. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. A dance and men's champion have been crowned. Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin take dance honors, while Scott Hamilton led from start to finish to capture the men's title and the hearts of this great crowd. Kathy and Peter, your thoughts on tonight's competition?
Well, my thoughts are that we saw so many different styles from Scott Hamilton to Gary Beacom. It's so interesting to see what professional skating will bring to this sport. They're all very different, and that's what really made this exciting.
Brian Orser was hot in program number 2. Victor Petrenko was hot in program number 3. Scott Hamilton was the most consistent throughout the whole competition and certainly deserves to be the winner.
And so we will bid you good night from Huntington, West Virginia. The ice is being prepared as we get set for our first look at ice dancing. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championship
presented by Campbell Soup's 1996 Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Welcome back. I am Bob Barsha. We just had a tremendous first round of men's competition featuring a perfect 50-point performance by Scott Hamilton that threatened to bring this building down. It's a great way to get the evening started here at the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Up next, ice dancing. And with me to bring it to you, I'm happy to be working with a 5-time U.S. national champion in the sport and a 2-time U.S. Olympian, Judy Blumberg. Judy, welcome. How do you assess the field in ice dancing?
Well, I think the ice dancing tonight is going to be nothing less than interesting. It's going to be drama from head to toe. First off, the American team of Suzanne Wynn and Russ Witherby. They're not too experienced in the field of professional skating. They just got together 3 years ago, but you're going to see a great new program from them. Christopher Dean did the choreography. Next up will be Bestemianova and Buchan. They still look the same as they did in 1988. Very, very dramatic, very intense. Usava Julin, well, the relationship has cooled off the ice, but they are very emotional and passionate on the ice. They are refined, finished, and very beautiful to watch. Klimova Ponomarenko, well, they are the masters of the prop. They will use their props in all 3 numbers, and they are seamless with the prop. Quite a wonderful event, I think.
Now let's take a look at the order of skate for this evening. Now on the ice, our first ice dancing couple from the United States, Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby.
Sue and Russ really tried to pursue something different this time. This is an Irish medley choreographed by Christopher Dean. Quite a different path from them.
There's some extra sentiment involved for this pair, as both are of Irish ancestry. Perhaps we should point out for viewers who may not be familiar with ice dance what some of the goals of the skaters are, Judy.
Well, you want to emote with one another. You want to reach out to the audience. You want to engage them in your performance. And Susie and Russ have really worked on that. They've been on tour with Torvill and Dean for a couple of years, and I think they've grown in their performance. Now this is a nice transition into the slow part.
Well, they've only been skating together since 1992. Wynn and Witherby are 2-time U.S. national silver medalists.
I think those of you that are familiar with ice dance will recognize some of the Torvill and Dean type moves that Sue and Russ are doing tonight. They've also learned from the Russians in that dramatic repetition is very effective. they're constantly holding one another's hands. In dance, you don't see a lot of shadow skating, although there is some. It's mostly what you can create together as a team.
Stylish routine by Wynn and Weatherby. And the crowd enjoys it. We'll take a quick time out. When we return, our next couple from Russia, Natalia Bestemianova and Andrei Bukin. When we return to Huntington, West Virginia. Here we go. Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin discussing some last-minute strategy backstage. As Bestemianova and Bukin make their way to the ice, we ask Natalia how she found her partner 25 years ago.
When I was single and our coach, it was dance coach, she said me, try to go in dance couple, and it was 2 partner where I can go, and I just felt in myself that I can skate with him. You need to feel it that you can skate, you can walk with this person.
Now on the ice in what is obviously going to be a very original routine when it comes to costume, from Russia, Natalia Bestemianova and Andrei Bukin, 1988 Olympic gold medalists in ice dancing.
You know, Bob, you can always expect them to do something different.
Performing to the music of Leonard Bernstein. We should emphasize once again that the idea in this Legends of Figure Skating competition is originality, composition, style, artistic merit. What do you make of these costumes, Judy?
Well, you're supposed to be creative. It's supposed to fit the music. Like I said, you never know what to expect with Andrei and Natalia. However, they are always committed in whatever they put out there. Variations on a theme with the spread eagle move.
In addition to their gold medal at Calgary, they also won silver at Sarajevo in 1984, and they are 4-time world champions.
As I said, another spread eagle move. Always known for their intensity, and they've lost nothing with the years. This choreography is done by Igor Bobrin, and he was the most intense of them all.
He is Natalia's husband.
And yet another spread eagle move. And again, dramatic repetition. They know the crowd goes for that. You see it once, you see it twice, you see it 30 times.
Using all of the ice, as the rules require.
Now, this may not be a dance move. However, they've created it for the end of their program, and to them, it fits.
A variation on a pairs move there. for Natalia Bestemyanova and Andrei Bukin. And a nice round of applause. That's the kind of thing we expect to see throughout this competition. A sellout crowd here in Huntington, West Virginia, enjoying some of the finest figure skaters in the world.
This is an Arabian move, actually a freestyle move, and one that you also see in pair skating, another spread eagle move. They definitely give a performance, and it is always out of the ordinary.
Tremendous effort and so much hard work and training involved in making these moves look so easy and so stylish. And now they await their scores. Thanks to the gears, they will score mostly 9.6s. So a total of 47.9 for Bestemyanova and Bukin, and that puts them behind Wynn and Witherby. B&B, as they are affectionately known, are the eldest of the 3 Russian dance teams here at the Legends competition. We talked to 2 of their younger Russian teammates about the aging process in a sport like ice dancing.
We're not very young, like young people, but we okay, sorry. And we love figure skating, and we try to be very young on the ice, and we try to be, I don't know, we try.
Now on the ice, Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin of Russia, 1994 Olympic silver, 1992 Olympic bronze medalist, 1993 European and world champions.
Bob, what's great about Sasha is that he's finished and refined, and he treats her with such respect out there on the ice. They are truly passionate.
Get ready for a tango.
This step sequence which they're about to embark on is very difficult. It's hard to keep it in unison, and is it fast? Also notice that this whole first part of the program is done in shadow position. They have rarely touched hands. Again, look how much in unison they are as they move down the ice. This is not easy. Creating pictures for you. They really set the mood and finish everything.
Skating together for 15 years and married for 8 of those years.
back, comes around again, and finishes in front. It's so seamless.
Both skaters extensively trained in classical ballet. In fact, Maya began her career as a ballerina.
I think that's clearly obvious watching Maya and Sasha work. From the tip of the toes to the top of the fingers. Get ready for a fabulous finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maya Oksana and Alexander Wylie.
A well-received performance from Maya Usova and Alexander Sasha Zulin.
This is one of those moments of drama. They just suck you in. Look at the expression on his face, how he turns her. They're at the top of their game, Bob.
Now another look at an enormously athletic move, and yet they make it look so graceful.
And look at her toes. Everything is pointed, extended, finished, matched. That takes a lot of practice, a lot of refinement.
And once again, the influence of the ballet. After a wonderful round of applause, they come off the ice to await their scores. The mark to beat thus far, 48.4 points. The total posted by Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby. And now here are their marks.
Ooh, those are high. 9-9, 9-9, all 9-9s and a 9-8. They skate well, they're powerful, they emote, they skate edges. They give us something to think about. I think that they're worth watching for a long time.
No question about it. World professional champions Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin have taken the lead in ice dancing. Coming up, we will have more competition, including the ladies. Okay. There's Olympic champion Dorothy Hamill, who recently sat down with one of her successors in that honor. And when two gold medalists get together, there's one question that just had to be asked.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
Do you have several boyfriends?
No.
No?
Just
no?
friends.
Just friends.
Well.
Too busy? Too busy skating?
Yeah.
What kind of a car did you buy?
Green.
Not what color, what kind? You can tell me. Is it a German car? Is it an Italian car? Is it an American car?
I think it's German car. Yeah.
What kind? A green?
Green.
Let's start with the P.
No.
No?
No.
M?
Yes.
Yeah? A Mercedes?
Yes.
If all your wishes and dreams could come true, what would you like to do next in skating or whatever, acting? Or?
I think I want to be actress, but you know, I'm not sure about this idea. I don't know what I want to do it, you know, like first.
You'd like to still skate though?
Yeah, first.
Thankfully for all of us, she has not stopped skating yet. And earlier in Huntington, Oksana, who is still 8 years or so from qualifying to be a legend, put on this dazzling exhibition performance. You'll see this program and one more Oksana exhibition in the weeks to come. Now, Oksana wasn't the only skater to give a special performance here in Huntington. Gary Beacom, a former member of the Canadian Olympic team and now show skater extraordinaire, was also here. And with a style all his own, Gary seemed to win over the capacity crowd. Gary lives in Sun Valley, Idaho, where he skates in the famous ice show at the Sun Valley Lodge. Every week throughout the summer, he picked a new piece of music to skate to during the show and improvised. No planned moves, no planned choreography. Now, he did the same thing here. The music is Don't Wait by J.J. Cale. And it looked from here like the West Virginia crowd wanted to adopt Gary as one of their own. Gary Beacom moseying down off his horse. We have more ice hockey and the women's competition when we return to the Legends Championships after this.
ESPN's Legends of Figure Skating Championships is presented by the Campbell Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions, the greatest skaters ever, coming to your city this spring.
That's Elizabeth Manley of Canada, who won the silver medal at the 1988 Olympics in Calgary. Now on the ice, more silver medalists from those 88 games. The Russian dance team of Klimova and Ponomarenko. We asked Sergei what makes them different from the other dance teams.
1984 Olympic bronze medalist.
Every time when we skate, we try to tell the story for the people, so the people can understand that if we're skating, so it means they have to think about the story and they have to think about the ideas, and they, after even the show, they come home and they start thinking what we want to say and what was the idea.
Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko with yet another original beginning to their performance. They call this one Dracula. Yet another.
Bob, you will see two skaters who are the masters of using the prop. Several times, Bob, but I've seen it under theatrical lighting, and I'll be interested to see how well it works here under bright lights, house lights, with the crowd in view. You can tell, look at the makeup on his face, very, very dramatic. Now, this move isn't one that you'd see in dance competition per se, but it fits the choreography, and they use it well. They use the music.
Only Olympians in figure skating to collect a complete set of medals. 1984 bronze, 1988 silver, and in 1992 Olympic gold.
Very difficult. It's not easy to move, but look how much speed they gain, and look at the edges they're on. This is also not a dance lift, but what are you going to say? Because of her flexibility, it works really well in this program. It's interesting to note that the choreographer for this program is Tatiana Tarasova, who coached Bestemianova and Bukin in their entire competitive career. To say that there are very few performers whose performance comes over the barrier, and Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko are two of those performers.
Marina Klimova and Sergey Ponomarenko.
Three-time world champions Marina Klimova and Sergey Ponomarenko of Russia.
Well, this is one of those lifts where it goes up above his head and back down. That's something you'd see in a pair competition, not likely in a dance competition, especially in the Olympics. But we're at the Legends competition here in Huntington. It's different.
In fact, they'd be barred from that kind of a lift in an international competition.
And here's another one.
This is another one of their lifts. It's an Arabian, and then she puts him through one. She does another one. That's also a freestyle-based lift. Who's to say what fits the choreography? You decide that when you make up the program. And in dance, we'd like to work without restrictions. That's what makes it so wonderful.
After a dramatic performance, great marks for Klimova and Ponomarenko. Good enough to put them in a tie for the lead with Usova and Zulin. Wynn and Weatherby are third with Bestemyanova and Buchan fourth. Helen has caught up with Marina and Sergey backstage.
Incredible routine. You tell a story with your skating. What were you telling us tonight?
Dracula, that's the story. A love story.
Yeah.
I'm not so bad. At the end, so I leave her alone, and she's still on the earth. I go away.
To be better.
Yeah, she did.
With the cape over your head. Well, you're in a tie now with Usova and Zulin.
See how much blood on the ice?
Is it going to take more blood to break this tie?
Yeah.
What's it going to take to break a tie?
Well, we don't know what to say. We just want to skate great, and I think the people like it.
Yeah.
So we'll wait to see it on TV.
Well, scare us some more. We loved your performance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Remember these three when they were just teenagers? Back in 1984, they were the three women on the U.S. Olympic team: Tiffany Chin, Roz Sumners, and Elaine Zayak. We'll have the ladies' competition.
Virginia, and broadcast number 2 of 4 in the Legends Figure Skating Championships presented by Campbell Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. We're in between second round coverage of the men's and the dance competitions, and we wanted to take a look back at our first broadcast in which we brought you the competitive return of 1976 Olympic gold medalist Dorothy Hamill. Skating to What a Wonderful World, here's Dorothy Hamill.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying how do you do. They're really saying I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They're like much more than I ever knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself,
with a style and charisma all her own, Dorothy Hamill. Still to come on the Legends Figure Skating Championships, round 2 of the dance competition. Judy Blumberg rejoins me in the broadcast booth to call those routines in a moment. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell's Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Back inside the Huntington Civic Arena, Bob Varsha along with Judy Blumberg and Helen Chickering. Now on the ice as we begin the second of 3 rounds in dance competition. Tied for first after the first round, Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko.
The thing to watch here, Bob, is the use of their props. They each have a rope on their hands, and they use them so effectively throughout the choreography of this program. When a prop is used, the skating is neglected, and they really incorporate everything they do into the prop and vice versa.
They're also perhaps the tallest couple in competition, so Marina is able to use those long arms and legs in the lifts. Creates a great line.
They create such interesting shapes. Just that moment when they had their heads together. That's not something you normally see. Watch how the rope is used in this lift. Across her back, into a hanging position. That can't feel good.
Unless you get the scores.
One of those lifts that isn't quite a dance lift, but it really fits their choreography. You'll notice he now has her rope. You hardly saw that happen. Notice their feet, constantly moving. Footwork, moves, all incorporated into one smooth, flowing piece. They're both doing the move. It's very equal. There's not one person that's doing the more difficult steps. Very, very well done.
You can see why they are the only figure skaters in Olympic history with a complete set of medals. In 1984, the bronze, in 88, the silver, and in 1992, Olympic gold. 3-time world champions, Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko.
taking a look at one of their many lifts. The use of the rope. He's able to lift her, maintain the position. She emotes to the nth. Doesn't seem to get in their way at all. Watch the way that rope is across her back, holding her in the position she needs to be in, and then goes right into a hang position across underneath her shoulders. That's something you have to work out. These are not easy positions, especially with the size of this rope and how it feels on the shoulders and arms. Just a beautiful line.
And now they await their scores. 49.4 after the first round, and here they are. 9.9 straight across, an improvement to 49.5 points for a total of 98.9.
I don't really think the difficulty of that program was rewarded. I know it's an artistic competition. I really feel they put it out there. They did tremendous things with these two props. And it takes awful lot of time to work out the problems and make it smooth as well, you know, as flow as well as they did.
Well, they have set the standard that everyone else will try to meet. We'll be back in just a moment. To Huntington Civic Arena in Huntington, West Virginia, as we continue our competition at these Legends Figure Skating Championships. Now on the ice, Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby, third after the first of 3 rounds of competition.
This is a Viennese waltz that they performed as amateurs. It was choreographed by my former partner, Michael Siebert. Now this is what we would characterize as pure dance. The music, the costumes, the steps. Everything kind of fits into that category. You don't need to think on this one.
Perhaps we should talk a little bit about how ice dancing differs from pairs competition.
Well, as you can see, they're not doing the tricks and the acrobatic jumps that the pair teams do. They're maintaining their contact with one another and really interpreting the rhythm. But again, watch their feet. 3 turns, mohawks, all skating terms, but you watch the move, it's just not a solid bunch of crossovers. There were twizzles there, nice twizzles. Constant turning, constant hand change positions.
Following up on their first round performance to a medley of Irish folk tunes, a Viennese waltz for Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby.
Here's some of those little steps, dance steps we call them. Twizzle, 3-turn, cross under, another little twizzle, commonly seen in dance programs. Here she goes on one foot. She steps down, takes a push. That's just all part of the intricate footwork of a dance, more often called a free dance.
And here come the scores. 9 9-7, 9-8, 9-7, 9-8, 9-7. So a total of 48.7 moves them into second place behind Klimova and Ponomarenko. Coming up next, our co-leaders after one round, Maya Usova and Alexander Sasha Zulin. Stay with us for more from West Virginia.
We're here with...
We try to be different.
Yeah, we try all the time because Marina and Sergey, Klimov and Ponomarenko and Bistemianov and Bukin, they skate together all the time. With one was first and one couple was second, and they compete all the time. And there was difference. We just watch TV when they skate, you know, on the World Championship. And after that, Marina and Sergey is still competing, and we start competing in the World and European Championship, and we compete with Marina and Sergey. And of course we do a different style. Of course we see what they do very good. Okay, we will try to do another way, but you know, and it's three couples from Russia. Every couple skate has different style and so signature.
Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Bob Varsha along with Judy Blumberg and Helen Chickering down on the ice. Co-leaders after the first round, Maya Usova and Sasha Zulin of Russia, 1994 Olympic silver medalists.
Here is where you can see the effect and the influence of classical ballet training. Watch the arms. Beautiful variation of small lifts there while he's on his knees. Nice movement down the ice. It's so fluid, very, very fast. She's down on her knee the entire time, and he does all the tricks. Usually it's the girl doing the tricks. Here he goes again. Use of the music, they accent it, and then they go to the slow pace, so it really draws your attention to what they're doing.
Both extensively trained in ballet. In fact, Maya Usova was a ballerina before she became a full-time skater.
As if they're watching a butterfly fly away.
Touch of mime.
It's the one movement. They don't understand why the audience loves it so much, but they do it. Maya has lovely feet. They're always pointed and quite beautiful. Now that's a picture.
Another beautiful performance from Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin. We'll take a quick time out before coming back to review the highlights and their scores. Stay with us for more from the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Welcome back to Huntington, West Virginia. Let's take a look at some of the high points for Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin.
This is a lift of skill. She maintains balance up there with his one arm and hers, and has a nice quiet set down. Look at the shape she makes around his body. There's a picture in every one of their moves, and they always take time to stop and then go on from there. This is their dramatic repetition. She does it. He does it.
Great fun to watch. They'll need 49.6 in their scores to take the lead over Klimova and Ponomarenko. And look at this. Tens all the way across.
Wow. That was a performance. I don't think they'd given one like that in a long time. It was fabulous.
And look at the reaction from the crowd as well as the athletes. Taking over the lead with a total of 99.4 points. Maya Usova and Sasha Zulin. Now let's get right back to the ice. Now our final pair, Natalia Bestemianova and Andrei Bukin of Russia, 1988 Olympic gold medalists, 84 silver medalists, and 4-time world champions.
Now sit back, everyone, because this one is quite different from the one you just saw. This is theater.
Their cue from their native Russia, the story of Rasputin.
Just watch her face for a moment. She is so into this performance. Twizzles we saw earlier that Susan Wynn did. Natalia does them in an entirely different manner. Constant contact with Andre on the top hand. This is a piece that was choreographed by Natalia's husband, Igor Bobrin, and it is in the show that they perform with Igor. There's that face. three Russian teams are so different, and they all have very, very distinctive styles, and they capture the mood in different ways entirely. Natalia and Andrei have mostly done dark pieces. This is the spin you'd see a freestylist do, a camel spin. But then again, Natalia was a free skater.
Buchan began skating at the age of 7 on the advice of a doctor in Moscow who suggested it might help his ailing heart. This kind of activity over a program that lasts nearly 6 minutes, I'd say the doctor is pretty much on the money.
As you can tell, Natalia's still so intently into this program. She is the consummate actress out there. She never loses that facial expression. Never. As if she's sitting in a chair.
Comes the revolution.
Lift, picks her up from the heels and puts her right up above his head and in front.
Yes, I'd say Andrei's heart is plenty stout.
Whether you like it or not, it's theater, it's dramatic, they're committed to it. It's them.
A terrific performance from Natalia Bestemyanova and Andrei Buchan of Russia. Now they trail our leaders, Busova and Zulin, by 51.5 points. So it'll be impossible to catch them, but they can make up some ground.
You can see Natalia's acting ability here. The face, the mouth, the eyes. She uses everything. Just the timing in which she brings the hand down. It's slow, it's deliberate, you watch it, you're focused on it. So is she, I might add.
Great theater. The Mad Monk Rasputin and his Tsarina.
This is one of the few lifts they did in their program. He lifts her, she's horizontal, and all of a sudden when he stands up, she also stands up.
Now imagine the strength it takes in your stomach and back.
Tremendous strength, but remember, they've been skating for many years, ever since 1978, 77, so they've had a lot of experience with one another, and lifting isn't a problem.
No question about it. Let's see how the judges appreciated the performance. 9-8, 9-8, a 9-6, a 9-7, and a 9-8 for a total of 48.7. And a big groan from the crowd. Bestemyanova and Bukin will remain in fourth place in the competition after 2 rounds. Here's a look at the standings. Usova and Zulin have broken the tie and now lead over Klimova and Ponomarenko. When we come back, Helen Chickering will be backstage with our leaders. Stand by for more from Huntington, West Virginia. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. The second round of 3 in ice dance is now complete. Backstage, Helen Chickering is standing by with our leaders.
Thanks, Bob. Maya and Sasha, you're going into third round number 1. How does it feel?
I feel I am so happy.
Yeah, for me also, of course, very happy. Yeah. And all dance, it's just amazing.
Beautiful, dramatic performance. Lots of hand movements.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very special and people laugh and everywhere when we're skating and when I do like this, it's people laughing all the time. Yeah, it's little butterfly help us. Yeah.
Well, the butterfly carry you to the top. Lots of luck going into round 3.
Thank you, butterfly.
Thank you. Back to you, Bob.
Thanks, Helen. Well, a fitting conclusion to a great night of competition. Judy Blumberg, your reaction to some of what we've seen tonight.
Well, Usova Zulin are so picturesque. They have a unique and a wonderful way of presenting themselves out there. It's very pleasing. It's so beautiful. Klimova Ponomarenko, on the other hand, are second. They take more of a hard line, a severe manner with their intricate program with the ropes. In all, with Klimova Ponomarenko and Bestemyanova and Bukin putting out the drama, it was an interesting evening.
So after 2 rounds of the dance, Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin lead the competition. We'll be back with more closing thoughts from the Legends Figure Skating Championships.
ESPN's Legends of Figure Skating Championships is brought to you in part by the Campbell Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. The greatest skaters ever, coming to your city this spring.
The second of our 4 broadcasts of the Legends Figure Skating Championships is now complete. Liz Manley, the leader after 1 round of the ladies' competition, while Scott Hamilton maintains his lead over Paul Wylie and Brian Orser among the men. Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin lead heading into the final round of the dance competition. All in all, we've witnessed some remarkable skating, and we look forward to more as the Legends Figure Skating Championships continues next Sunday here on ESPN with the finale of both the men's and the dance, plus round 2 coverage of the pairs competition. So until next week, I'm Bob Varsha. For all of my broadcast partners, so long from the Huntington Civic Arena and the Legends Figure Skating Championships.
A preview of Monday's NFL matchup and much more. NFL Prime Monday tomorrow at 7:30. Now late highlights including the latest from the World Series. SportsCenter is next.
Civic Arena, where the Legends Figure Skating Championship continues. Joining me once again, Judy Blumberg, here in the Kiss and Cry area that has seen so many exhilarating moments in these championships thus far. What do you think of this final round of dance? What are we going to see?
Bob, dance has been dominated by drama. All the couples are very distinctive in their styles, and all I can say is get ready for a ride. Bestemyanova and Bukin are going to take you to the theater. Wynn and Witherby are going to take you to the dance club. Usova Zulin will take you to a blues club. And Klimova Ponomarenko will take you to the ballet. Enjoy.
It should be a pleasure indeed. But before we get to the competition, let's take a look at the dance standings heading into the final round. Usova and Zulin with a narrow lead over Klimova and Ponomarenko, with Wynn and Wetherby in third, while our next performers, Natalia Bestemyanova and Andrei Bukin, currently in 4th place.
Now that's an interesting entrance.
This will be a variation on a waltz, and I gather it's going to be quite a large variation.
You just never know what Andre and Natalia are going to do. You just never know. Their take on the waltz is a bit different from what we saw in program number 2 of Wynn and Witherby. More of a comedic flair.
I should say so.
Even in the music they've chosen, can you hear the background effects? They're rather cartoon-like.
A page from a score by Spike Jones, no doubt.
Waltz is not about fine, elegant skating. They have their own take on it. Ooh, that must have hurt.
Well, it's been said that the most difficult thing in all of theater is comic timing.
And you know, you have to be very, very good skaters to pull comedy off. This crowd is loving it. Together in the basement of the choreographer's house. They turned it into a ballroom so they could practice. That choreographer is Natalia Davidi.
A fine comic performance from Natalia Bestemianova and Andrei Bukin. Fourth after 2 rounds of the competition. We'll wait and see how the judges like that one. Certainly the crowd here is loving it in Huntington.
There's a little bit of comedy from Andre and Natalia. Nice, easy little lift, and they turn it into something quite different. She folds down and almost falls down. And as you can see, frenetic as always, staying with her storyline. And incorporating some of the moves that they've showed us before with just a little different flavor.
Well, I'd have to admit I enjoyed that myself. Less than 3 points behind the leaders after 2 rounds. Let's see their scores. 9-8, 9-6, 9-7, 9-8, and 9-8. A total of 48.7 points for their 3rd round. 145.3 points. Their mark for 3 rounds of competition, and that is the standard that everyone will be shooting for. Plenty of great skating still to come. Stand by for more from the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Getting ready to perform current U.S. national silver medalists Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby, who are making a competitive return after skating with different partners for years. We asked them for some advice on making a career change.
It's so easy to stop and drop your bags and say, okay, I'm going to do something else. And we've put so much of our lives into this that this is where we're supposed to be. So my best advice is that if you really love it, and you have those moments of loving it, then to really see it through, because it's so easy to stop.
And as far as seeing the journey through, I think that one thing you have to see and try to follow is your gut instinct in ice dancing, as far as if you have a feeling for something that's going to work, as far as a new idea or something that might bring you out of the norm, away from the pack,
then go with it. And as much as people say that's not going to work, or you can't do that, or that's not legal, or whatever, I think you should try to say, no, I'm still going to try to break through and do something a little different and try to bring a new element to the sport.
Now looking to bring a new element to this Legends competitions, here's Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby, currently third in the dance competition.
Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby.
Skating to Swing Kids soundtrack. This is vintage Sue and Russ. They get us in the mood to dance.
By me, if it's a shame, please let me explain. By me, if it's a shame means that you're grand. By me, if it's a shame, again I'll explain. It means you're the fairest in the land. I could say Bella, Bella, even say wunderbar. Each language only has
In the 3 years that Susie and Russ have been together, they've developed a charisma out there. They're very spirited, they're fast, quick with steps, accurate, and they're just a nice team to watch. Nice variation on that move.
Please let me explain.
Skaters themselves provided the choreography for this number. And in fact, some of Russ Witherby's other choreography is featured in these championships.
More of a pair move, but very suited to this choreography. Here's a footwork sequence. Difficult, fast, moves along the ice well, intricate, very nicely done. We've got to be pleased with their progress. They've really gelled as a couple. Competing against teams that have skated together for over 10 years each, some almost 20.
And they have been together for 3. A rousing finish for Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby, third in the competition after 2 rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby.
Sue and Russ really illustrated how well they've matched as a couple. Unison on that lift was nice. They're just moving better. This little flip around. They seem very much at ease with one another out there. That's that one-handed flip around. It's a lot of stress on the shoulder joint.
You bet. If that was a smile or a gnashing of teeth from Susan. Here are their scores. 299 9-7s, 2 9-8s, and a 9-7 for a total of 49.1 points, and they move into the provisional lead with 2 couples still to come. Next up, Klimova and Ponomarenko, second after 2 rounds. We'll be back with more of the Legends in just a moment. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Next on the ice, 1992 Olympic gold medalists Klimova and Ponomarenko, a dance team set on getting the most out of themselves and the audience.
Every time when we skate, we try to tell the story for the people, so the people can understand that if we're skating, so it means they have to think about the story and they have to think about the ideas, and they, after even the show, they come home and they start thinking what we want to say and what was the idea.
And the idea for their third and final routine is the Shakespearean romance of Romeo and Juliet. Pay special attention to the drama and the sequence of events that tell this tragic love story.
Again, use of the prop. This time it's candlesticks. Speed, difficulty, technique, all into one smooth piece of choreography. The story of young lovers seems suited to them. They got married when she was only 17, shortly after the Sarajevo Olympics in 1984. Magnificent move, one of their own, the split move underneath his body. Just beautiful.
They maintain a home in Lake Arrowhead in the San Bernardino Mountains of Southern California, as well as a home in Moscow. While in this country, they train with the Canadian ice dance champions Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz.
choreography. It's so fluid. And there are many times that music becomes too big for the skater, and this is definitely not one of those cases. Done like that before. Quite unique, quite elegant, quite wonderful.
It's easy to run out of superlatives in a competition like this. But there is a couple who hold gold, silver, and bronze Olympic medals, World Championships gold, and professional gold medals. Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko. We'll be back to review their performance and check their scores when we return to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Let's review the performance by Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko, Romeo and Juliet.
One of the most amazing things about them is just the way they move and how passionate they are and into the moment. Didn't bother him one bit that the skirt was over his head. And this is their own lift, the split lift. Look at her, she's upside down. Again, the way she holds herself in the lift on his shoulder, the passion, it's indicated in her body position, in her facial expression, in his also.
Like that, at this corner.
And now, the death scene. And you definitely feel, you sense, just the way he motions to her and then goes to her.
A terrific and dramatic performance by Marina Klimova and Sergei Ponomarenko. Here are their scores, and it is perfect.
Well deserved. I mean, if that wasn't a perfect program, I've never seen one.
I would have to agree. I was moved by that. I think the scores are justified, and it moves them into the lead with one couple remaining. Our leaders after 2 rounds. Up next, Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin.
Olympic bronze and Olympic silver medalists Maya Usova and Alexander Zulin.
1 This is one of the more difficult moves they do. The contortion that she gets into with her arms around her back, up on her toe, and him spinning around is quite unusual.
Just a half point behind Klimova and Ponomarenko coming into this final performance. They have just watched their rivals, and now they must better them.
In the arena when Usova-Julin skates is quite different from when Klimova-Ponomarenko skate. They built up a chemistry for us. They told a story. And this is a much harder program, I think, to sell. Maya has tremendous focus. Her eyes, they actually look, they see, you know she's intent. Now remember, there's supposed to be no contact with the judges, but look how close they are. Maybe a little flirt doesn't hurt.
Unless it gets your hair pulled.
You know, they're so good. It's a different look. They do it better than anyone else. It's just different. They're all so unique. She didn't quite come out of that the way she would have liked.
It earns them a big round of applause. Now these scores should be interesting. They will need a 49.6 point effort to take the victory from Klimova and Ponomarenko. That is 4 scores of 9.9 and a perfect 10.
This is the first move from Maya and Sasha's program. To get yourself into that position, do the spin, and come out of it with flow is a real challenge. They're both into it. You can see it in their faces, the way they use their bodies, their expressions. It's a finished program. It's one they've had for a while, and they performed it well.
And now they await their scores. Will it be enough? Here they come. A 9-9. They got the 10 they need, and the rest 9-9s. The bare minimum they needed, and they got it. Maya Usova and Sasha Zulin are our champions in the dance. So a check of the final dance standings. Klimova and Ponomarenko finish a 1/10 of a point out of first place. Susan Wynn and Russ Witherby finish third, and despite inspiring performances, Bestemianova and Buchan finish fourth, nearly 4 points behind our champions. Still to come, the much-anticipated men's finale. Can Brian Orser overtake Scott Hamilton? And we'll have another exhibition performance from 1994 Olympic gold medalist Oksana Baiul. Don't go away.
ESPN's Legends of Figure Skating Championships is brought to you in part by the Campbell Soup's 1996 tour of World Figure Skating Champions. The greatest skaters ever, coming to your city this spring.
Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Our dance competition is now complete. Usova and Zulin edge out countrymen Klimova and Ponomarenko by a mere 1/10 of a point. While in the pairs competition, we are through 2 rounds, and it appears to be a 2-team race between Martini and Underhill and Brasseur and Eisler for the Legends title. Now a reminder, coming up next Monday, November 6th, we'll have the conclusion of the pairs competition, plus the much-anticipated finale of ladies competition. Elizabeth Manley of Canada, currently in first place, but Roz Sumners and Dorothy Hamill of the United States, Dorothy making her competitive return, are challenging. But first, we'll take a break from the competitive arena to introduce another exhibition by one of the sport's most beautiful and elegant performers. Here's 1994 Olympic gold medalist Oksana Baiul. No questioning the elegance and grace of that lady. 1993 world champion, 1994 Olympic gold medalist, Oksana Baiul. Now, when we return to the Legends Figure Skating Championships, the men will take to the ice for their championship round. Don't go away. The Legends of Figure Skating Championship continues. Ice dancing is now complete. And in a moment, the featured event of any figure skating competition, ladies in action on the ice here in Huntington. I'm Bob Barsha. Joining me once again for our ladies competition, U.S. coach Kathy Casey, and of course my ESPN colleague Peter Carruthers. Tell us a little bit about the ladies we're going to see in competition.
Well, I can't wait to see it because it's going to be terrific to see world champion Elaine Zayak back on the ice competing again. She was at such a young age when she did reach that world title. And also Tiffany Chin, remember her? She was terrific when she skated, and now she's back at it again, U.S. champion. And Kathy, there are other young ladies that had great careers when they were young.
There are. We're going to see 2 Olympic silver medalists, Liz Manley from the Calgary Olympics and Rosalind Sumner from Sarajevo. With the artistic program, they'll be very competitive, and it's going to be a very exciting evening.
And this is going to be a favorite also. Of course, Dorothy Hamill is competing, but think about this for a minute. When Dorothy Hamill won her Olympic gold medal in 1976, Oksana Baiul was not even born.
No question about it. Dorothy Hamill will be a huge crowd favorite when she takes to the ice. But think about this as well. It was 10 years ago that Tiffany Chin won her first and only U.S. title. Tonight, she hopes to take the first of 3 steps toward winning the first Legends of Figure Skating title. We'll have all of our ladies in action when we return to West Virginia in just a moment. Welcome back. There's Tiffany Chin, whose competitive professional career spans almost a decade. We asked her about her preparation for this unique Legends competition.
Every time I walk into a rink and, in a competition atmosphere, I always think, bring back memories, and I'll kind of go through it and think about, there's certain things I would really like to do. And one of them is to go out in a professional competition and really, have nice numbers and nice outfits and have skated a little bit more, like preparation. And so for this one, I started in the summer and I got the numbers done. Of course, it's the first time out and first time doing the numbers, so it's going to be a little bit rocky, but I felt really good coming here, got the triple toe back, that type of thing.
Not only does Tiffany have that triple toe back, but she also has the same charisma she had a decade ago, posting back-to-back bronze medal performances at the World Championships. Skating to the music of Strictly Ballroom, here's Tiffany Chin.
You won't admit you love me, and so how am I ever to know? You always tell me, perhaps.
Lovely double axel.
Wow.
Kathy, earlier you were telling me that years ago you saw her do something incredible in practice.
Tiffany Chin landed the first triple axel by a female I ever saw in 1982 when she was 14 years old. Almost had a triple there, but didn't quite. The next triple axel wasn't complete in a competition until the late 80s. That's how good Tiffany Chin was as a child. To this day, the only 2 people to have performed the triple axel are Midori Ito and Tonya Harding from the United States.
Dancing to the soundtrack from the movie Strictly Ballroom, the 1985 U.S. national champion. Tiffany Chin disappeared from the skating scene for several years, came back as a professional, then dropped out again to take up her studies at UCLA, where she will graduate next spring. She needs just 1 more course credit. She will get her degree. two-time world bronze medalist Tiffany Chin.
Nice to see her back on the ice again.
Here's Tiffany performing her specialty, the double axel. Looks as good as ever. Beautiful landing. I can certainly see why she did a triple way back in 1982.
With a jump like that, you're absolutely right. And I think she's just back skating again because it feels good to really be on the ice and just doing it because it's fun. And her coach right next to her, Jamie Isley.
And here come her scores. 3 9.5s and a 9.6 for a total of 47.7 points. There we go. We'll take a short break, and when we return, Liz Manley of Canada, sweetheart of the '88 Olympic Games in Calgary. Stay with us. Back to the Legends Figure Skating Championship, presented by Campbell Soup's 1996 Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Next on the ice, the 1988 Olympic silver medalist Elizabeth Manley, skating to the music Impossible Dream from Man of La Mancha. It's a number she recently re-choreographed and skates in memory of a close personal friend and colleague, Brian Smith.
It's one of those numbers that I almost don't even care if I miss a jump or something, because I'm so involved with the emotion and the feeling behind it that I almost forget about the technical, pressure of doing this jump and that jump and that. Everything is in there, but if I miss a jump, I just keep moving on because I'm so involved with the story.
Remember back in 1988 in Calgary when everybody was talking about Katarina Witt and Debbie Thomas, and this young lady snuck in there in that electrifying free program and just captured the silver medal.
She won that long program. We all remember her in her cowboy hat, fighting her silver medal in disbelief that that's where she was. Liz is known for her speed, her high jumps, and her excellent spins, and I'm sure the judges are going to take note of that tonight. Very high double X.
To be willing to march but scars.
Liz, as a professional, has learned to incorporate all of her technical skills that she learned as an amateur into a very artistic program, but she still has, look at the speed of this wonderful spread eagle. Nice position. Double axel at the end of the program, very difficult.
And certainly a heartfelt reason why she's performing. Canadian broadcaster and friend who was tragically killed. Such a strong message.
Nice round of applause for Liz Manley of Canada. And as she finished, I thought I saw on her lips the name Brian.
Spread eagle into the double axel at the end of the program will be rewarded. The judges are going to look at this and give her credit for performing a difficult maneuver at the end. Beautiful.
Dorothy Hamill over to offer her congratulations to Liz Manley. And now her scores. 9-8, 9-8, 9-8, and a pair of 9-9s for a total of 49.2 points and the provisional lead in the competition.
I'll tell you, those are good scores.
Great scores. She looks happy.
In a moment, the elegance and grace of 1984 Olympic silver medalist Rosalind Sumners. Don't go away. The Civic Arena at the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Ladies competition underway, and now on the ice, Elaine Zayak.
I know my way around here. The cardboard trees, the painted seats, the sound here. Yes, the world to rediscover, but I'm not in any hurry, and I need a
Great double axel.
In overcrowded hallways.
Elaine won her world championship in 1982 by pulling from 7th place after the short program to 1st place. An amazing feat. She's a wonderful free skater, and I'm sure the judges rewarded her for that.
A big smile for the crowd here in Huntington.
Everything's as if we never said goodbye. I've spent so many mornings just trying to resist you.
The only American female skater to renounce her professional career in an attempt to take back her amateur status and compete for the Lillehammer team. She did not make it, finishing 4th at the U.S. Nationals. Now she has resumed her professional career.
Nice jump sequence.
In overcrowded hallways, so much to say, not just today, but always.
Really enjoying her skating. You know, it's amazing the pressure that these young women had on them when they were winning their world championships. And now they're out here still skating so beautifully. It's nice to see them in the sport.
And having fun. I'm sure that's the reason she reinstated, just for her own self-satisfaction of getting her skating back where she wanted it. Beautiful layback spin.
That smile says it all.
A touch of emotion from Elaine Zayak.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elaine Zayak.
And a well-received performance.
Here comes the double axel. Another look at that. Up into the air, tight spin. Beautiful double axel by Elaine, one of the finest jumpers America has produced. Certainly one of... Lovely artistry in the layback spin, nice arms, it's well centered. Her toe is turned out, and a nice wrap up at the end.
And so now the former world champion awaits her results in the kiss and cry area. Here they are. 9-7, 9-6, 9-7, 9-6, 9-7. A total of 48.3 points that will move her into second place in the standings. We'll be back with more of the Legends Figure Skating Championships in a moment. The Legends Figure Skating Championship, presented by Campbell Soup's 1996 Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. And now on the ice, a lady who needs no introduction, Rosalind Sumner's skating to Michael Sweet's All of Me.
Position. She has such a nice carriage as she goes across the ice.
Absolutely.
En route to her Olympic silver medal at Sarajevo in 1984, she scored one perfect 6-0 for artistic merit. So the scoring system tonight might well play into her hands. A very artistic skater.
I'd like to point out that she lost the gold medal in Sarajevo by 1/10 of a point by one judge. So skating is a tough sport, and it all comes down to what the judges like.
Skaters. She has skated as many as 400 professional shows in a single season.
Remarkable professional career.
Roz Sumner completes her performance. We'll be back with her scores when we return to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Stay with us. Back at the Legends Figure Skating Championship, let's take a look at some of the highlights of Rosalind Sumner's performance.
Now on this double axel, look at how wonderful her upper body is. So strong. When she lands, there's no problem with the landing because she's in a perfect position.
Ina Bauer?
And a beautiful Ina Bauer, nice stretch. Everything pointed right to the fingertips. Lovely.
And now she awaits her scores. Liz Manley leads the competition. Here are Roz Sumner's scores: 9.8, 199, 197 for a total of 49 points even. That moves her into second place.
2 decades ago, Dorothy Hamill captured the hearts and imaginations of all Americans. Her success back then, as now, can be attributed to the inspiration she receives from the crowd.
The audience can, if they know nothing about skating, they can sense that you feel good or you don't feel good, I think. And they pick up vibes, I think. And they really can help turn a performance around, I think. For me, they can anyway. You know, if they're really warm and you feel very unsure of yourself, they can really help you feel comfortable and one with the ice and all that. So.
What can you say? A woman that almost 20 years ago won her gold medal at the Olympic Games, steps onto the ice. She's nervous to be here. The audience giving her a standing ovation before she starts, after she finishes. Talk about America's sweetheart.
Woo! 31 years of figure skater, most of it at the highest levels of the sport.
Look at this beautiful spiral and the gorgeous face and the nice line, as well as the Hamill haircut that she made famous and is still popular 20 years later. And a beautiful scratch spin at the end. Smiling the whole time.
And that's what makes her so special. She makes everybody in this building feel as though they're a part of her performance, I should say.
31 years, a young daughter beginning school this year, and she can still enchant. One major slip. We'll see how the judges liked it. Here are Dorothy Hamill's scores. 9.8 all the way across for a total of 49 points. That will tie her for second place behind Liz Manley, tied with Rosalind Sumners.
In spite of that little mistake, the judges obviously liking just her basic skating quality.
She still has that straight, beautiful back that won her the Olympic medal years ago. You can still see the wonderful skating qualities that she has. She has speed, quiet edges.
I agree with you. And this is an artistic competition.
And the first round of ladies competition is now complete. The order: Liz Manley over Dorothy Hamill and Rosalind Sumners. Elaine Zayak in fourth place, Tiffany Chin. We'll be back with more from Huntington, West Virginia in just a moment. A look at the standings for the ladies finds Liz Manley on top, followed by Rosalind Sumners and Dorothy Hamill. Our Helen Chickering is backstage with the 1976 Olympic gold medalist.
All right, thanks. The jitters have got to be gone.
Well, they are for now, but they're coming back for tomorrow already. What a great crowd. They were so wonderful.
This is your comeback. What's going through your mind?
Well, you know, I fell, so that's very nerve-wracking, but getting the first one over with was important for me, I think, personally. And of course, it felt wonderful because the audience was so fantastic. And so now I can just worry about tomorrow.
Congratulations, and you're doing very, very well. It was such a thrill to see you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy.
It felt good to be out there.
Well,
thank you. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Helen. We'll be back to wrap things up from this edition of the Legends Figure Skating Championship. Stand by for more from Huntington, West Virginia in just a moment. In Civic Arena, we bring to a close our first of 4 broadcasts of these Legends of Figure Skating Championships. Welcome back. I'm Bob Varsha. All in all, a great way to begin our coverage of these championships. We watched the men in competition, and Scott Hamilton produced a perfect performance. And we witnessed the return of Dorothy Hamill to professional ice skating competition after an 8-year layoff. Perhaps not a perfect performance, but warmly received by the crowd here in Huntington. As a result, we expect our next broadcast should be equally exciting. We'll see the second round of men's competition, get our first look at pairs featuring Peter and Kitty Carruthers as Peter makes his way down for the announce position and back into competition. And we'll also have a special exhibition performance by 1994 Olympic champion Oksana Baiul of the Ukraine. We hope you'll join us for that. Until then, I'm Bob Varsha for Peter, Kathy, Helen, Judy, and all of us here in Huntington. We'll see you next time. So long for now.
Virginia remains packed to the rafters as we get set to complete competition in the Legends Figure Skating Championships presented by the 1996 Campbell's Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Hello again, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha. Welcome to our 4th and final broadcast of competition in this first Legends Figure Skating Championship, bringing together more than 24 of the greatest names in figure skating performance over the last 20 years for a competition that emphasizes the artistic over the technical. In our previous broadcast, we saw the 3 rounds of competition in men's and dance brought to a dramatic conclusion, and we expect more of the same tonight as the ladies and pairs competition comes to a close. In the ladies competition, after 1 round, the leader is Liz Manley of Canada by just 0.2 of a point over a tie between Americans Roz Sumners and Dorothy Hamill, making her return to competition for the first time in 8 years. That will certainly be a dramatic finale. And in the pairs competition, with just 1 performance round remaining, Canadians top the leaderboard. Underhill and Martini over Brasseur and Eisler. It should be very exciting to watch that final round. Now let's move from kiss and cry backstage, where my colleagues are standing by. Olympic coach Kathy Casey with Olympic silver medalist Peter Carruthers, who is a very busy man.
Well, Bob, not only do I have the honor of working with you all in the announce position, but I'm going to have use for these tonight because I'll be competing with my sister Kitty later on in this competition. But right now, Kathy Casey, we're talking about the ladies. And the words that come to mind for me are grace, beauty, style, and elegance. And they all have it, don't they?
They all have it. In first place is Liz Manley,
who will capitalize on her speed, the height of her jumps, and her wonderful spins to try to stay in first place. And then we have come from behind skaters such as Elaine Zayak, who pulled from 7th place to 1st place in 1982 to win her world championship.
And Kathy and Peter, don't forget the 1976 Olympic champion Dorothy Hamill, who has returned with a vengeance to this competition. And when we return, she'll take center stage at the Legends Figure Skating Championships.
ESPN's Legends Figure Skating Championships is brought.
Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Next on the ice, Dorothy Hamill, whose rise to stardom followed the glorious careers of Peggy Fleming and Janet Lynn, two women who dominated the sport in the late 1960s and early 70s. We asked Dorothy how she was compared to those stars back then and how her skating could be characterized now.
I was always considered the athletic skater, which I find hilarious because now everybody says, oh, you're so pretty and you're so graceful and all this. And, you know, there are athletic skaters out there. So the younger ones are. So, you know, I kind of get a kick out of that because I always wanted to be beautiful like Janet Lynn and beautiful like Peggy Fleming. I just wasn't like that. So I've worked on it a lot over the years, and so it's a great compliment when people can say that, you know, finally I'm sometimes graceful.
Well, Dorothy was certainly graceful in round 1, earning 49 points even and a tie with Rosalind Sumner's. Here she skates to K.D. Lang's version of Sugar Moon.
That old sugar moon, all the loving I missed, I'll be getting it soon. I'll be getting it from my sugar, beneath that old sugar moon. I can see it's right now. Get the calendar down and draw a circle around the day we're having back. When it's sugar cane time and around about you, all the birds will be singing beneath that old sugar moon.
And we remember those moves from 1976 at the Innsbruck Olympic Games when she won her gold medal. Funny story, one of the ladies in the dressing room in the first round said that she was shaking so hard with her mascara because she was so nervous. But with that smile, it doesn't seem like anything's wrong. She looks great.
Dorothy has a charisma and a magic about her that we as coaches can't teach skaters. Either they're born with it or they're not, and it's followed her through her entire career, and I'm sure it will affect her marking here tonight. Performance by Dorothy Hamill.
In the first round of competition, she suffered a fall, but still got fairly high marks. This time, no obvious flaws, and once again, the crowd comes to its feet. Make no mistake about who the star of this show might be.
Double toe loop coming. And while this double toe loop will bring her some points with the judges, it's her style and her presence and her audience appeal that will win the marks. And a big high single axel. She was noted for her soaring jumps. Great performance by Dorothy Hamill.
Also the possessor of one of the world's most famous haircuts. Here's a look at her scores. 9/8 all the way across for a cumulative total of 49 points even for the round. 98 points for the competition through 2 rounds. Dorothy Hamill takes the provisional lead. Next on the ice will be the skater with whom Dorothy Hamill is tied for second place, Roz Sumners, when we return to Huntington, West Virginia.
Welcome back to the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Bob Varsha along with Kathy Casey and Peter Carruthers. Next to skate, currently in second place in the ladies' provisional standings, Rosalind Sumners. She's only 2/10 of a point behind that lady, Elizabeth Manley, who waits backstage getting herself mentally prepared for her second competitive routine. But first, the winner of U.S. National and World Championship titles and an Olympic silver medal. This is Rosalind Sumners.
Silver medalist, Rosalind Sumners.
Rosalind is the only skater in this entire Legends competition who's performing 3 brand new programs. She's very excited about all of them.
Her artistry obviously very strong, but you may be wondering what can move her up in the standings. Later on, an Ina Bauer double axel. We'll be looking for that.
Just 2/10 of a point behind our leader, Elizabeth Manley of Canada, coming into this second round. Dorothy Hamill, with whom Rosalind was tied, has already skated.
Now here, that Ina Bauer double axel. Solid.
Solid. This is a move she used in her amateur days. Might be interesting to point out that our entire ladies team from Sarajevo happens to be here in this competition. Tiffany Chen, Elaine Zayak, and Rosalind Sumners. They were talking last night about how sad it is to see videos of Sarajevo and the Olympic arena gone and the people struggling, and their hearts were sad.
And you have one more sitting here that was there that feels the same way.
In the early years of her professional career, Roz Sumners would typically skate 400 shows a year.
Nice double toe loop incorporated into her choreography.
Rosalind Sumners, who's enjoying skating more now than she did when she came out of the Olympic Games in 1984, saying that her schedule is just jammed, and her manager agent actually says that she could book more if she wanted it. So she's really in demand.
And a gift tossed onto the ice by an adoring fan for Roz Sumners.
Now, it's always harder to do a jump with a connecting move like this. You can see the position that she's in, how she has to bring the free leg around and then snap out of that jump. Nice job.
At the age of 30, She is into her 12th year as a touring professional. One of the most experienced skaters in the world of professional figure skating. Rosalind Sumners looks up at her scores. 9 9s and a 10.
How about that?
Of 49.6. And that moves her out of a tie with Dorothy Hamill. And by 6/10 of a point, she is our provisional leader. Still to come, our leader in the competition, Elizabeth Manley. Stand by for more from the Legends Figure Skating Championships. Back to competition, let's go backstage to the fourth member of our broadcast team. Here's Helen Chickering.
Thanks, Bob. Rosalind, switching gears a bit, new routine, new style for you.
Yeah, you know, when you do, this is the first time I performed this program, and it's very hard. New programs are very hard because you need to know the feeling of the audience and the flow of the program, and it makes you more nervous, that's for sure, but it was a different style. It's a number that Cindy Stewart did for me, and it's just, we tried to go more avant-garde as opposed to just long lines and pretty, and when you're trying a new style, it's a challenge, and it's not comfortable in the beginning, but keep working at it and it'll get comfortable.
Comfortable enough to keep you in the lead or get you in the lead. Congratulations. Back to you, Bob.
Thanks, Helen. Next on the ice, in fourth place, following the first round of competition, this is Elaine Zayak.
Silver medalist, Elaine Zayak.
Preparing for a double axel.
Good for her.
Well executed.
Kathy, you coach so many young skaters. The pressure that they have nowadays to perform at such a young age, and they have to perform with such incredible expertise at such a young age. How do they handle that?
Well, you know, there are so many events out there now for them to get experience in, that they're getting their experience while they're training, and it helps them a lot, and that's pretty much how they've learned to handle it. Program was choreographed by Russ Witherby, who's a participant in this competition in the ice dancing event. Another double axel planned. Decided to do a double toe loop.
And we know how that can change in a performance.
Oh, yeah. A beautiful layback spin to end her program.
Oops. A little slip at the end there for Elaine Zayak, who shares ice time at South Mountain Arena in Orange, New Jersey with the Stanley Cup champion New Jersey Devils. Talk about beauty and the beasts. A nice round of applause for Elaine Zayak, two-time world professional silver medalist.
Okay, Elaine's doing her layback spin. Spins are very important. The judges will be looking at the speed of the spin. They'll be looking at if she's in one place and not traveling, and the exit if it's balanced. A beautiful layback spin by Elaine Zayak.
And a great smile to go with it.
Sure is.
And now the marks for Elaine Zayak. 3.97s and 2.96s for a total of 48.3. The exact same score she was awarded in round one. And with that, she moves into third place. As we take a look at the standings, Rosalind Sumners maintains a 0.6 of a point advantage over Dorothy Hamill. We're in round two of ladies competition at the Legends Figure Skating Championships inside the Huntington Civic Arena. Bob Varsha, Kathy Casey, Peter Carruthers, and Helen Chickering. Glad to have you with us.
Now down on the ice, the leader after the first round of competition from Canada, Liz Manley.
And I'm really interested to see how this number is going to go over here in Huntington, West Virginia. It is heavy duty.
Y'all ready for this?
Quite a contrast from the first round when Liz Manley performed a very, very elegant and dignified routine to Impossible Dream from Man of La Mancha and dedicated it to an old friend, Brian Smith, a sportscaster in Ottawa, Canada, who was murdered earlier this year.
One thing she will be looking for in this performance, though, and it will be important, is the triple toe loop that's coming up.
Here comes the triple toe work.
Nails it. Perfect.
Nailed. Absolutely.
Kathy, I've got to believe that that's one of the stronger triples in the ladies division that we've seen.
Yes, I believe it is the strongest triple that we've seen so far. This program really shows Liz's strong points, as you will notice. Her speed, her high jumping ability. Look at this sequence of jumps.
Tremendous agility and having a good time while she's doing it. Now, Kathy, you wouldn't see this in the ISU World competitions.
No, I really don't think a 65-year-old judge from Poland would appreciate this.
Well said. But the crowd is loving it here in West Virginia. That's the idea behind the Legends: originality and artistic expression.
When the skaters have three programs in one competition, it's important for them to show their expertise in different fields, such as the ballet field, the rock field, perhaps a Spanish number, and Liz certainly took a great departure from program number one.
Good height on the split jumps. And she's going to wrap it up with a terrific performance. Wow.
She's got to be happy with this one.
Oh, yeah.
Going from strength to strength, Liz Manley, building on a terrific opening round performance, adds another strong showing in her second, and the crowd is loving it. We'll take a quick time out and return for her scores. Stand by for more from the Legends.
So much authority and confidence as a skater when you're out there and everything's just going well, as it seemed to be there. The triple toe loop, great in the air. Nice punch on the landing. Solid, knowing exactly where she is over her skates. And look at Dorothy Hamill cheering her on. Oh, that's beautiful. And this is the part where the 65-year-old judge from Poland might not know what to do. Kathy, perfect remark.
Well, now she awaits the decision of the judges, needing 49.5 total points to remain in the lead. Her marks, my 2 9/8s, 2 perfect 10s, and a 9-9. She got that 49.5, and she remains in the lead by 1/10 of a point over Roz Sumners.
High energy performance from Liz Manning.
And another nice round of applause. Meanwhile, out onto the ice. 5th in points after the first round. Returning to the sport after a long layoff, this is Tiffany Chin.
World bronze medalist from the United States, Tiffany Chin.
This Legends competition was what prompted Tiffany to return to the ice and return to skating after a long layoff and 4 years of college at UCLA. She's very much looking forward to trying her triple toe loop tonight, so I hope it happens for her.
Beautiful double axel.
A stark contrast in musical styles and skating styles, and that too is what the Legends competition is designed to bring out.
And that's what has me interested. We see so many different styles, and it's really beautiful to see, you know, mature women on the ice skating in what, for the most part, is a very young girl sport that is on the Olympic and world level. I really enjoy it. Double loop.
At the age of 16, she was 4th in the Olympic Games. At the age of 19, she retired, a victim, she will tell you, of athletic burnout at a very young age. Returning to the sport at 23, then leaving again to pursue her studies, as Kathy mentioned, and she will graduate in the spring from UCLA.
Very lovely performance by Tiffany Chin.
Bob, you mentioned something that was fairly interesting. At 16 years old, this burnout occurred. Think about it. These young girls, when they fail, they don't fail just in their hometown. They don't fail nationally. They fail globally. There's so much pressure on the young ladies to do well. Here is the split jump. Nice extension. The hands trying to touch the toes. And the double axel. Good back on the landing.
Sitting with Coach Jamie Isley in the kiss and cry area. Tiffany Chin with a nervous smile as she awaits her scores. And here are the scores. 4 9/7s and a 9/8 for a total of 48.6, a 96.3 point total. After 2 rounds, Tiffany Chin remains in 5th place. So our standings after 2 rounds of competition among the ladies: Liz Manley with the lead over Rosalind Sumners, Dorothy Hamill, Elaine Zayak, and Tiffany Chin. Now let's go backstage where Helen Chickering is standing by with our leader.
Thanks, Bob. Liz, I want to say you go, girl. That was a number.
It is a go girl number. It's a 3.5-minute aerobics class, and I was a little concerned doing it here because, you know, it's an artistic competition, but you know what? This is me, this is my personality, and I wanted to wake up the audience. I think I did.
And you woke up the judges. You took top honors.
I did, and I'm really happy about it because this was the number. As I said, I was worried that the judges would kind of penalize me as not, you know, they like artistic classical type stuff, and I thought I'd be different, and it worked. And the costume didn't split.
No, only you could pull that off. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Way to go. Back to you, Bob.
All right, thank you, Helen. We'll turn Peter Carruthers loose. Not only is he a commentator at these Legends Figure Skating Championships, he is a competitor, and we'll be back to watch him in action in pairs competition in just a moment.
Look to coronate a 4th as we move into final round coverage of the ladies event. Here's a look at the standings following round 2. Liz Manley atop the leaderboard, followed closely by Rosalind Sumners and Dorothy Hamill. Elaine Zayak is in 4th, and our next skater, Tiffany Chin, with a score of 96.3, currently resides in 5th place.
Tiffany's opening element is a triple toe loop. I spoke with her earlier today, and it's very important for her as a person to try this jump. It will be interesting to see. She's been off a long time, and a lot of these skaters are skating for the self-satisfaction of getting themselves in shape, getting back, and trying some of the difficult things they could do years ago. Let's see what she does. There it is. Oh, she'll feel great about this. I'm so pleased for her.
Silence of your room, in the darkness of your dreams, you must only think of me. There can be no in between when your pride is on the floor. I make you beg for more.
She has a double axel planned after this beautiful spiral. Skating very confidently into it. And there it is. Very nice.
Kathy, you're right. As we get older and compete in professional figure skating, sometimes it's more about what we can achieve within ourselves than what you can do for the judges or the audience. It's very personal, and she's tried some difficult jumps and done very well.
And I think this Legends event has given these skaters this opportunity to get back into shape, compete against each other, and have a great time. And I might add, make a little money. There are so many opportunities out there for figure skaters now that weren't there in the past. I remember a conversation with Katarina Witt telling me that she had waited 10 years for this opportunity to make some big money that she deserves. Unfortunately, she's not with us here due to an injury, but she'll be back soon.
Tiffany Chin, 5th after 2 rounds of the competition, has completed her performance here at the Legends Figure Skating Championships. And a nice round of applause to welcome her
Here comes her
back.
double axel. This is one of the easier elements she had as an amateur, and it certainly shows. She had the strength to pull out very nicely
I'm sure she's going to be pleased with this performance.
And beautiful extension on the split jumps. She has a very nice line when she skates. Traveling camels. In her day as an amateur, she really gave a lot to women's figure skating. It's nice to see her.
Now she takes her place in the kiss and cry with choreographer Jamie Isley. Here come the scores, 9-7 straight across for a total of 48.5 points and a cumulative total of 144.8.
When we return to Huntington, Tiffany Chin's 1984 Olympic teammate Elaine Zayak takes the ice. Stay with us. For the first Figure Skating Championships, presented by the 1996 Campbell Soups Tour of World Figure Skating Champions. Next on the ice, 1981 U.S. National Champion Elaine Zayak.
Split jump, trying a triple toe loop, falling out on the landing, breaking at the waist. You have got to keep the lower back straight on the landing or else the jump will not work.
A double axel. That entrance is more difficult than a plain one, and she didn't make it and just did a single. Sometimes those takeoffs don't feel just right, and they kind of doubt themselves and don't want to pull them in. We have ladies in this event from the 1976 Olympics to the 1988 Olympics, and they all bring a star-like quality with them, as you can see. Doesn't matter what era they're from, it's very easy to see why they all were champions in their own right. Double flip.
Tell me, is it a crime?
Elaine Zayak, two-time world professional silver medalist, completes her performance. We'll take a timeout and be back to review that performance and check her scores. Stand by for more from the Legends. Welcome back to the Legends at Huntington, West Virginia. Let's take a look at the performance of Elaine Zayak.
Elaine skating into the Ina Bauer and then trying to step into what was planned, a double axel. Unfortunately, only a single. You have to be perfectly positioned and very aggressive for that double, but that did not happen. And the scratch spin, centered quite nicely. And she looks satisfied.
Now she and her choreographer, Russ Witherby, await her scores. Here they are. 3 9.6s and 2 9.7s. And with that, Elaine Zayak loses ground to Tiffany Chin. It is now Chin and Zayak in our provisional standings with identical scores of 144.8 points. Now, our next skater has weathered a difficult year both on and off the ice. But Dorothy Hamill has returned to the rink with a fire that rekindles memories of her Olympic glory. We asked her if during the past year she ever lost that passion for the sport.
Skating has always been a passion for me. Yeah, it has. And I lost that passion last year. I really did. And it's come back. It's definitely come back.
Well, you may think that Dorothy Hamill might be a little nervous right now, but when I see that smile and that grace, beauty, elegance that she always brings to the ice, I wouldn't think so.
This is one of my favorite programs of Dorothy's. At a real star.
There is absolutely no question about that. The beautiful skating quality, the soft lines, her pacing, the edges, all of it beautiful.
She has the audience in the palm of her hands. The Hamill camel, the camel that Dorothy Hamill made famous.
31 years a figure skater, and though she may not win the competition tonight, Dorothy Hamill has given this sellout crowd what they came for, a chance to view skating history in the flesh.
And take notice, when Dorothy Hamill skates for an audience, she performs to absolutely everyone in the building. She's always looking up to the last row. Everybody has a good seat when they watch Dorothy Hamill, and this layback is absolutely the finest. Perfectly positioned. Look at that. That is a postcard right there. That is so lovely. I think that's the strongest layback in the competition.
And the Hamill Camel is coming up. She had a little bit of trouble getting control after she landed, and then down into the back sit. And this is the spin that Dorothy made famous. And changed feet and exits.
Thank you.
She awaits her scores.
Nice.
Oh, wait for this reaction. 10 straight across. A perfect performance in the eyes of the judges, and the crowd comes to its feet.
Kathy Casey, I wish I could go out onto the ice and skate. Actually, the skating quality, wonderful, but so few jumps. But did she need them?
She didn't need them. Kathy Casey is speechless. This is a wonderful moment. Dorothy is so happy.
Thanks.
We've got lots of ladies competition still left. Rosalind Sumners is up next when we return to the Legends.
Get the
Back to the. Here's a quick look at the current standings. Dorothy Hamill, with that perfect score of 50, takes over the provisional lead. Elizabeth Manley and Rosalind Sumners are still to skate. And a reminder, we'll have more Legends skating for you during the Christmas season with a Best of the Legends presentation on Christmas Eve. And without a doubt, this lady will be featured. Here's Rosalind Sumners.
Hello, darling, well, hello, darling. It's so nice to have you back where you belong. You're looking swell, darling, and I can tell, darling, you still crowing, you still growing, you still going strong. I feel the room swaying while the band's playing one of your old favorite songs from way back when. So take her out, fellas, find her an empty lot, fellas, and darling, we'll never go away again. I said hello, darling.
Now Rosalind will absolutely be looking for her double axel.
Back where you belong. You're looking swell, darling, and I can tell, darling, you're still growing, you're still growing, you're still going strong. I mean, hello, darling, what do you know, darling? It's so nice to have you back.
This is a very exciting competition. There's only 1/10 of a point separating Rosalind Sumners and Liz Manley. They're all out there putting all the goods in they can do to get as high a marks as they can from this panel of expert judges.
And now for that double axel.
There it is. A little bit,
gets it.
A little bit swingy, but she hung on.
Always tough to skate after solid 10s that Dorothy Hamill had. She's doing a good job.
Makes a perfect dolly, doesn't she, Peter?
She does, and as a matter of fact, she told us that she picked this music while she was in her kitchen one day, just making some coffee. She said, "What is this? I love it." So now she's skating to it.
Doing a great job.
So, golly gee, fellas, find her vacant knee, fellas. Darling, we'll never go away. Promise you never go away. Darling, we'll never go away. Again. Look out, old Dolly is back.
Well, it's hard
to imagine a more pressure-packed performance, even for a skater who has skated literally thousands of professional programs. Rosalind Sumners gave it everything she had. She needs 49.5 points to overtake Dorothy Hamill for the lead.
Okay, Rosalind's going into her double axel. Her free leg's a little wide. She doesn't quite get over it. She's hanging outside on the landing. But right on into the Arabian like nothing happened. And look at those nice artistic moves.
And skating well over all three of these artistic programs.
She awaits her scores, and here they are. After a tough evening, a 9.8 and 4.99s.
Wow.
So by a tenth of a point, she misses the opportunity to overtake Dorothy Hamill. They are tied in the standings, but remember, our tie break goes to the skater with the better score in the third round. So Dorothy Hamill is now our leader over Roz Sumners, Tiffany Chin, and Elaine Zayak. We'll be back for our leader, Liz Manley of Canada. Stay with us.
Legends Figure Skating Championships. Bob Varsha, Kathy Casey, and Peter Carruthers back with you for our final performance of the competition. Liz Manley of Canada came to the Legends with 3 very diverse routines. We've seen a very personal tribute in round 1, a high-energy dance number in round 2, so we thought we'd ask her what we might expect in round 3.
My third number that I'm doing is a complete in-between of the first 2 numbers. It's just a lighthearted, fun Natalie Cole piece, and kind of sassy, fun, lighthearted, and it's just a fun number for me. It's just, it's more the Elizabeth Manley people are used to seeing, the one that just goes out and is cute. So on, everybody tells me.
Now, what looked like an early runaway for Liz Manley of Canada has suddenly become a pressure-packed evening of ice skating. We'll see what Liz Manley has up her sleeve now. She's going to need a strong performance to keep her championship.
She absolutely will. She'll have to go after this full tilt.
This can't be love because I feel so well. No sighs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love. I get no dizzy spells. My head is not in the skies. My heart does not stand still. Just hear it beat. This is too sweet.
Easy double flip, but the story will be told coming up because, again, she has another triple toe loop in combination with a double toe. This may tell the story.
But still I love
Okay, not in combination, but a nice triple toe. As good as the one in program 2.
Here again, Liz is displaying a different type of program than she's done in the other 2, which shows her versatility. It was also interesting to watch these skaters plan their strategy and how to do these programs and where to place them, what programs to do and in what order to do them and who they would do what against, and it was very interesting. So it wasn't just the skating, it was what program to do when that was really important to these kids and will affect the judges' marks.
my heart does not stand still. Just hear it beat.
But right now, I think she's just into the performance. Just wanting to stand up straight, double axle, executed, no problem.
Feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes.
And you have to give Liz Manley credit because as far as technical content, she has the most in this ladies' competition. But as we've been saying throughout, this is an artistic competition. Solid for her.
It's certainly a good balance of artistry and technical movements and versatile program.
I have to agree with you. I think she's going to get very good scores. She should be rewarded. She's been consistent throughout this entire competition. In good shape and enjoying it.
And all this in an arena where 1 year ago, while skating in a professional show, she was giving an interview on the ice and was run into by a pair of practicing skaters and went to the hospital. Liz Manley skates off to await her scores.
We've talked about Liz's speed and the height of her jumps, and look at the height of that beautiful triple toe. Little dance movement afterwards, and Dorothy's dancing around to Liz's program and excited for her.
She knows the feeling. Love that smile.
Liz Manley needs a 49.4. She waits with Dorothy Hamill. Here they are. 9-8, a 10, and a pair of 9-9s. That is more than what she needed. Liz Manley is our Legends Ladies Champion.
As she should be. She came out here, did the jumps, the technical skills, balanced it with nice artistry and a lot of enthusiasm throughout the performance.
And 3 very consistent programs, so certainly a deserved champion.
Overall, you're right.
Congratulations again to Liz Manley of Canada, and we'll be back to Huntington, West Virginia for some closing comments in a moment. Welcome back to Huntington, West Virginia, where the Legends Figure Skating Championships have crowned their queen, Liz Manley of Canada. Final thoughts, Peter Carruthers?
Well, I just think this is wonderful. Imagine when Liz Manley was a little girl. Did she ever dream she'd be skating against Dorothy Hamill, who won the gold medal in '76, and winning the competition? I think it's so special.
This is definitely a Legends competition with ladies from many eras of skating, all stars in their own rights, and I couldn't be happier for all of them. They got great self-satisfaction. They pleased the crowd here in Huntington, and it's a wonderful, wonderful experience for everyone involved.
A wonderful experience indeed. Here's a final check of the ladies' standings. Liz Manley in first, followed by Dorothy Hamill and Rosalind Sumners. Under our tie-breaking format, Tiffany Chin edges out Elaine Zayak for fourth place. Well, it's certainly been a pleasure bringing you these 4 nights of competition, and we hope you've enjoyed them as well. A reminder, coming up December 24th here on ESPN, we'll bring you the best of the Legends Skating Series in a 2-hour Christmas Eve special, something you won't want to miss. This has truly been a memorable competition, and congratulations to all of our champions. For Peter Carruthers, Kathy Casey, Helen Chickering, Judy Blumberg, and all of our ESPN crew, thanks for watching, and so long from the Legends Figure Skating Championships.